It is Rhodey Fights Cancer Day here at Meade Stadium as the Rams return home to Kingston following a 2-game road trip that was not particularly kind to them, dropping one against their FBS opponent and then following losing the Governor's Cup, but now return home in a conference game against the University of New Hampshire Wildcats. As we welcome you inside the broadcast booth, I'm Jonathan Blair, alongside Ryan Palillo. And Ryan, just as I mentioned, Rhode Island got off to a hot start, but they have fallen on some hard times, losing 2 straight. Looking to get back on track here today.
Yeah, you know they are, and these two programs, you know they've had each other circled on the schedule since day one. They're not playing for a trophy, but I'm getting some serious rivalry vibes here.
These are two of the best defenses in the conference when you look at how many points they allow. But let's take a look at the two people leading each of these two offenses, starting with the Rams. Of course, it's their quarterback, Devin Farrell.
Yeah, and you really can't have the Rhodey offense over these last 2 seasons without this guy right here, Devin Farrell. 10 passing touchdowns so far this season. He's averaging over 270 passing yards a game on 61% completion. When you pair him with Greg Gaines, you pair him with a guy like Marquise Buchanan, who has an unbelievable catch radius, you get some magical things happening on offense.
And then when you also look at what he does, you also take a look at something like this, getting it done on the ground, one of the more mobile quarterbacks in the conference. But when you talk about rushing quarterbacks in this conference in particular, Matt Vezza is where you look. This is a guy who has a rushing touchdown in each of the last 4 games, 5 total. He has as many rushing touchdowns as passing touchdowns.
Yeah, when you hear the word dual threat, you know that word kind of gets thrown around a lot, especially in college football. But Matt Vezza does not take that term lightly. He really is a dual threat. You cannot just contain one aspect of the game. 5 yards in the air, or 5 touchdowns in the air, 5 touchdowns on the ground. This guy is a nightmare for defensive linemen.
And with more before this matchup, we will send it down to our sideline reporter, Peter Gigliotti.
Yeah, Jonathan, you can't tell the story of Rhode Island football without talking about the turnovers. 8 giveaways over the last 2 games with a -7 turnover differential on the season. When asked about it, head coach Jim Fleming called it, quote, absolutely, phenomenally ridiculous. Noting that last year's squad also finished with a negative differential, but if this year's squad wants to get to 10 or 11 wins, this cannot continue. Now, after 4 crucial turnovers in last week's matchup, Fleming has placed a heavy emphasis on ball security, adding that any guy who carries the rock has to know they not only carry URI's opportunity to win, but the future of the program with it. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Peter. And of course, these are 2 very important programs in this conference. They take conference play very seriously on the URI side of things. They've really turned their program around over the last couple of years, 11-2 in their last 13 conference games. One of those losses coming to Delaware, who is now FBS. And then when you look on the other side of things, since Rick Santos took things over for the UNH Wildcats, they are 23-11 in conference play, just getting it done. And that is why this matchup is such a fun one to watch before we get started here.
Absolutely. You know, you mentioned a guy like Santos. Between him and Fleming, they've put together some shows. I mean, this is just football that any fan loves to watch. The last couple of matchups between these guys, we've seen rankings rise and fall. We've seen overtime. We've seen thrillers. Last season, you know, halftime the score was 3-2 UNH, and then Rhode Island pulled away eventually in that one. And the year before that, URI pulls away in overtime. So really, you never know what you're going to get when Rhode Island and New Hampshire go at it.
And there you see the head coach, Jim Fleming, as Rhode Island won the toss. They will elect to receive and get the ball first to get things started. Looking to get that offense off to a hot start. Mentioned the turnovers in that last game really being a problem and holding them back and inevitably costing them the Governor's Cup last week.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, coming into this game, most fans know and are aware, both of these teams are sound defensively. You have the #1 and #2 scoring defense in the conference, respectively, here. So it's going to come down to which offense will pull the trigger.
These are, again, 2 of the better defenses, as we mentioned. Neither of them allowing more than 22 points per game. Rhode Island averaging the least amount of points allowed. And that has really been what has set them apart over the past couple of years. You look at guys like A.J. Pena, who just broke the tackle for loss record in program history. He is aiming for that all-time sack record as well this year. He's 2.5 away and has a great shot to do it.
He does, and you can't say Pena's name without mentioning guys like Moses Muse and Rohan Davey. Those guys have been tearing it up as a linebacker core for the Rams, and Fleming couldn't be happier.
As UNH sends their special teams unit out for the kickoff. Starting things off It will be Nick Reed, one of the best kickers, in the conference. Angel Sanchez alongside Brandon Barrow are back deep for Rhode Island on a beautiful Saturday afternoon from Kingston, Rhode Island. And here we go. We are officially underway. Brandon Barrow will take the kick and he will bring it out. Cuts it up at the 20-yard line and gets brought down at the 23.
So Barrow decides to work his own legs and he gets it out to around the 21, and now we're going to get a chance to see that Rhode Island offense. They're going to get a chance to make something happen. And John, I know we talked about it a little bit, but I feel like the Rhode Island offense has not been themselves the last 2 weeks. Of course, you have to factor in an FBS matchup against Western Michigan, but even in the Governor's Cup, falling 28-21 to Brown. That was at Centerville Bank Stadium in Pawtucket. I think Devin Farrell's looking to rewrite his path of the season.
Out of the shotgun on his first snap, it's a give to Antoine Littleton Jr. Been a real workhorse for Rhode Island this year, but he only picks up 2. Here we'll take a look at the starters here for the URI offense. One of the better offensive line units in the conference. They are getting it done up front. They have paved a way for Antoine Littleton Jr. to really make a mark here this season. And of course, the skill position guys. Take a look at Connor Feiner. He has really found his stride over the past couple of weeks. Already has more total receiving yards this year than he did in the prior 4 at Kennesaw State.
Yeah, absolutely. And Coach Fleming has described Feiner as one of the biggest threats that the Rams have on offense.
Here's Farrell with time, breaking left, looking for anything. He's going to spin and get upended. Not much doing there. Some nice defense from the UNH secondary. And speaking of the UNH defense, this is a really formidable front, especially when you look at guys like Zach Guerin and DJ Johnson, who have filled in phenomenally up front. Isaiah Jones and Trevor Berry are getting it done in the middle.
And again, this is a defense that is second in the CAA in scoring allowed. That's right behind Rhode Island.
An early 3rd down here. It's 3rd and 7. Farrell will break left. He's running out of time, takes a hit, and he goes down. It's big number 98, Justin Akinmaladoon, getting home.
Yeah, Akinmaladoon is a scary man to be running from when you're a quarterback. But I think what that drive just showed us is Devin Farrell might just be in his own head. It looked a little uncharacteristic. Usually when he takes out of the pocket, he's got a little bit more confidence. He's able to kind of tuck that ball in and go, but that drive stalling out a quick 3 and out, and now the UNH momentum is swinging.
Akinmaladoon's 4th sack of the year makes it a 3 and out for Rhode Island to start things off as the punt goes out of bounds, probably around the 40-yard line. They will mark it at the 48 on Rhode Island's territory. So really good field position here for UNH, led out, of course, by their quarterback, Matt Veza.
Yeah, now Veza's looking to be dangerous here, show everyone what it really means to be dual threat. This guy is just so fun to watch. I think something about the CAA that I've personally been a fan of is the amount of elite quarterback play we've seen from, programs like New Hampshire, Rhode Island, and you can't forget Monmouth.
Miles Thomason is the back to his right. In Rhode Island territory, great field position to start. It's a quick toss outside. Looking to get away is the tight end, Peyton Strickland. Let's take a look at the UNH offense. 3 returning offensive linemen in this group. And here are the skill position players. And mentioned Miles Thomason. Again, mentioning all the running skill, having a back that can play off of a running quarterback just makes it that much more dangerous.
Yeah, when Veza's got guys like Wilson and Burke, you've got 2 bona fide wide receiver ones. That makes your life a whole lot easier.
Here's a handoff to Thomason. Going nowhere. Gets eaten up by Case Mankins. And there is Case Mankins along with Patrick Conserve. That is the 2 manning the middle of the URI defensive line. Here is one of the more important groups of the URI defense, that linebacking core, of course, headlined by A.J. Pena. And the secondary. Well, we have an injury here, and we'll take a quick step aside here from Meade Stadium.
Media timeout.
Thank you.
Back here at Meade Stadium, and there you see Dylan Maklovich, starting right guard for the UNH Wildcats. He went down in a heap and had to be helped off the field, so hoping the best for him. But it's 3rd and short, and Rhode Island's defense looking for a stop, and I think they got it. Case Minkins once again getting his head into the action, and it'll be 4th and 1.
Yeah, and part of this URI's defensive identity is getting stops on 3rd and short, 4th and short. However, on the flip side, UNH this season is 58% on 4th down. So I would not be surprised, you know, you're in 4-down territory, don't want to go 3 and out, and to no one's surprise, this offense is staying on the field.
They are 7 for 12, looking to make it 8 for 13 so far this season. A big play here early in this one. Snap is to Veza. It's a keeper, and he's got room, but he's upended by DePina Gray, but he falls forward. The second effort gets the first down.
And again, that is what separates a QB who can run and a dual threat quarterback. Veza got lit up by Andre DePina Gray, and he was able to muster up just a couple of extra steps and get his team the first down. Look at that, lowers his shoulder, gets right back up, pops almost back up to his feet, falls forward, moves the chains, and the Wildcats have themselves a first down.
The difference maker being that second effort by Veza to just keep the legs churning, and that is what gives New Hampshire a new set of downs. Now from the 36-yard line, and we will have a timeout by New Hampshire.
First charge timeout, New Hampshire. 30 seconds in length.
New Hampshire, a golden opportunity after their defense forced a 3 and out. They got really good field position on the punt, and then now looking to capitalize on it, trying to get to at least field goal territory. Again, Nick Reed, one of the better kickers in the conference.
Absolutely, and you know, looking at the way this drive has gone, you know, I almost want to say you got one of those 4th down versions when you're in a rivalry game like this. Again, you know, we know there's no official name or trophy we're playing for, but in a matchup like this, 2 teams that have played each other 99 times since 1906, I mean, you got to take points where you can get them. I feel like you have to leave this drive with some points on the board.
This is the first of 2 consecutive road games for the Wildcats. They will head down to Campbell next week to take on the Camels. They came up here in late August for the season opener. So a new set of downs for Matt Veza. The quick throw down the sideline, back shoulder is caught. Nice job, Casey McKinney with the deep ball in. Just like that, New Hampshire is in the red zone.
Yeah, and Ende Johnson just never got his head turned around here. You look at that, McKinney, all he had to do was readjust down the sideline, makes the grab, and the Wildcats are moving now, right in the red zone.
High snap, Veza going to the end zone, wants it all, has a man, and it's incomplete. Jordan Campbell on the coverage, trying to get it to Peyton Strickland. No, excuse me, that's Josh Fillion they were trying to get the ball to.
And well, you just saw the two ways that those kind of passes can go. You saw the completion in that time. You saw the incompletion. A great job from Jordan Campbell, the 5'8" graduate corner, who breaks that one up.
Had a step on Campbell on the little slot fade.
Yeah, and those slot fades are dangerous. But Campbell makes the play and saves a touchdown.
So now it's 2nd and 10 from the Rhode Island 13. Here's a quick screen, and it's incomplete, trying to get it to Elliott Main. So we'll have 3rd down and 10. Rhode Island's defense looking to bend but not break early in this one.
Yeah, and again, that's sort of been the thing for the Rhodey defense this season. Case Mankins described them earlier as a bunch of dogs. They always bend, they don't break. They make their winnings in the red zone, and we're gonna get a chance to see how the Wildcats respond. They've been pretty quick in terms of offensive tempo, not wasting any time in the pocket.
Now we'll see the Rhode Island pass rush. So guys like A.J. Pena and John Boyles. And we'll have another timeout by New Hampshire using
Second charge,
two on their
timeout.
opening
New
drive.
Hampshire. 30 seconds in length.
Miscommunications, it looks like, on the offensive side, and that has costed them 2 timeouts in the first quarter.
And you know, now at this point, you've spent 2 timeouts on one drive within the first 5 minutes of the first quarter. You know, I mentioned earlier you got to get points. I feel like with 2 timeouts spent, you got to get 6 here now.
There's Rick Santos, and he has really done a phenomenal job turning this program around. There you see 32 and 22 all time, 23 and 11 in conference. Made it to the FCS playoffs last year, but lost to UT Martin in the first round. Now looking to get back there again. We'll have a 3rd down and 10 in the red zone. Rhode Island showing a lot of pressure up front. Here it is, 3rd and 10. The throw is high, but we have a flag on the secondary. It looks like it was Trey Lubin in coverage.
The flags flew in a little late, and the ball was placed behind the receiver. I'm eager to see
Pass
what
interference.
here on the field is.
Defense number 3. Ball be placed in the
Will
spot of
get
the
Trey
foul.
Lubin full
Automatic,
pass
first down.
Interference, which will give the Wildcats a new set of downs.
Such a tough heartbreaker there for Rhode Island. Looked like they got a stop on 3rd and 10. But then the penalty by Lubin. It's 1st and goal from the 5, and now New Hampshire is set up to get 6. First and goal. It's a handoff to Thomason. Cuts up field, falling forward. And he's in for a touchdown. Miles Thomason gets UNH on the board first.
Yeah, and Thomason there earns himself touchdown number 1 on the season. Generally on the ground, it's Veza taking it in. But talk about a tough break for Rhode Island. They played rather stout when it came down to the red zone, but pass interference, those are the kind of plays that'll get you, and those are the kind of plays that'll make a defensive coordinator lose their mind.
Nick Reed for the point after. It's up, and it's good. So a 7-0 start here for the Wildcats. They have come in with the right mentality. 3 and out for Rhode Island, followed by a touchdown by their offense. 7-0, putting pressure on the defending CAA champs.
Aquaculture, growing seafood, creates stewards of the environment. Our business decisions have to be environmental decisions. What we want to achieve when we grow an oyster is consistency, a deep cup, a thick shell. Where we grow the oysters contributes to the flavor and the texture. At Matunic Oyster Bar, we have our own farm-to-plate cycle. Our oyster farmers and vegetable farmers bring their product to the chefs, then to our servers, then to our guests. We try to get better at it every year. Hopefully we can keep that going.
There's been a tradition amongst pioneers, laborers, immigrants, neighbors. Transcending down through generations, it has been learned, inherited, and with us, well, it's in our blood. All we have is one another, fueling each other's fire as we grow together in community, in our work, and in life. So we're proud to carry on this great American tradition of being there when it counts.
Angel Sanchez and Brennan.
Back here, where Rhode Island looking to get the ball back and trying to get on the board. They went 3 and out in their first possession, but now trailing by 7. Got to move the ball with a little bit of urgency just over 5 minutes into this one. A strong drive by UNH, capped off by a Miles Thomason touchdown. So now we'll see how Rhode Island responds. Kick is away, it's deep into the end zone for a touchback.
So when we look back at that scoring drive for the Wildcats, it was Miles Thomason who got himself his first touchdown of the season. And he juked Rohan Davey out of his shoes in the midst doing it. That play came after a pass interference from Trey Lubin. The Rams caught themselves a tough break and a defense that generally gets themselves out of situations like that. But short-term memory, the offense is back. Devin Farrell's going to try and forget that he went 3 and out.
Gains in motion. Here's a quick toss to Feiner. Breaks it outside, gets upfield, but only picks up about 4.
Again, Connor Feiner's just been someone that Coach Fleming has been so high on. He's called him such a dynamic receiver. I mean, you know, he can block, he can catch passes, and that's really what you have to do when you play tight end in today's football. But Fleming doesn't just say it, he shows it. He loves to feed Connor Feiner, and he produces.
He's had 84 yards in each of the last 2 contests for Rhode Island. So here's a handoff to Littleton. Trying to power forward, but falls backward. Gets about 4. It'll be 3rd and short again for Rhode Island.
And I think part of what we've seen too in the last 2 games for Rhode Island is they haven't been really able to get the ground game opened. I mean, you know, if there's some things you can bet on with Rhode Island football, they're going to feed Littleton, they're going to get him the ball. But his success hasn't exactly been where they need it to be to open up the pass game.
3rd down and short, and Farrell trips. And he is tapped down, and Rhode Island will have back-to-back 3 and outs to start things off.
And that's just a footwork error. Couldn't see if there was maybe a miscue by an offensive lineman. Farrell got the snap. It looked like he got his foot stepped on a little bit there.
By the center, Trey Alexander, trying to get into his block set. Ended up stepping on the foot of Farrell and caused the trip. And now Rhode Island has to punt once again. And it's blocked. And this is what UNH does so well. They have such a great special teams unit. And they get home to the punter. James Allen not able to send the punt away. And now UNH once again set up in great field position.
Well, the Wildcat faithful traveled well, but there was an eerie silence here in Meade Stadium. It has been all New Hampshire. And again, seeing this block here, Johnny, you mentioned this special teams unit has been, to put it safely, they've been a problem for opponents. And just like that now, New Hampshire is back in the red zone. I feel like I'm getting deja vu. It was only a couple plays away from their last trip, and things could get ugly.
It was Josh Farquharson to get a hand on the punt. So now from the URI 17, here's Veza. It's a keeper, and he gets swallowed up. Patrick Conserve. A gain of just 1. 2nd and 9 coming up. Nice start for the URI defense, trying to hold him to just 3 after being given some unfortunate field position. Second down and 10. Here's Veza. It's a keeper, and he's got some space. Knifing his way through, he'll pick up a first down.
Yeah, and a run like that just demonstrates the ball carrier vision of a guy like Veza. Makes the option, he makes the correct read. Circles his way around defenders, through blocks, picks up the first down. And the Wildcats are inside the 10.
Really huge special teams play to set up this offense in the red zone. Looking to get out to a 14-0 lead on the road. Here's a pass. It looks like it was batted down and incomplete. Trying to get it to Casey McKinney. He had the deep catch along the left sideline before.
Yeah, McKinney's a talented guy. He made the adjustment to try and get there, but there's little extracurriculars at the line. That one got jarred up. Still 2nd and short, and I think the Wildcats still have a lot up their sleeve.
Here's Veza with Thomas in the back behind him. It's a keeper, looking for anything, running out of time, and he's taken down. It was Rohan Davey, the star linebacker, getting home for Rhode Island.
Yeah, and that's what you get when you have Rohan Davey there. 5'10", 205 pounds. We've described him more. He looks like a running back when you see him. But the speed he has and the ability he has to move laterally and contain those quick QBs, he can be difficult to deal with.
So now it's 3rd down and 11. Rhode Island looking to hold them to a field goal. Here's Veza. Running out of time again, flushed right. Looking into the end zone, he'll flip it out of play. Nice defensive play by the URI defense. And that will make it 4th down.
Veza sailed that one out the back of the end zone. Smart play there, but he did take a blow there from Moses Muse on the sideline. Hits like that ought to jar you, but now on 4th down, the special teams unit will come out. And you can't be too upset with the opportunity to go up 10-0.
But I bet you would have thought they would like a touchdown after getting put on the 17-yard line following the blocked punt. But Nick Reed knocks it through. It's now it's it. No good. He misses the kick, and it's still 7-0.
Wow. Reed's been a guy, came into this one 2 for 3 on field goals between 20 and 29. And I'm gonna make it 2 for 4. It's sort of a rare sight. I mean, he's now 11 for 15 on the season. This is a kid with his longest field goal of 52. He's usually someone who you can rely on. So a lucky break now for the Rams in a day that so far has not been pretty. And I don't want to say it's do or die, but for the Rhode Island offense, this clock keeps ticking, and at some point, you've got to make something happen.
Still yet to get a first down. So here's Farrell, given time, he'll check it down to Littleton. Littleton breaking up field, a nice tackle that time. Trevor Berry, he's the team leader in tackles.
Yeah, and that is a great open field tackle on a guy like Antoine Littleton, who is tough to bring down in the open field. He's got some tree trunks for legs.
Second down, here's another give to Littleton, plowing his way forward. Did he get enough for the first down? It looks like he's just short. Well, they're moving the chains, so it's a first down, Rhode Island. The first of the day for the Rams.
Yeah, and that's got to be such a weight off the shoulders for all of the guys back there, particularly Farrell.
It's a guy in Littleton who just continues to be a workhorse. Came in today with 120 carries so far. He gets it again, spins it back field, and he will go nowhere. DJ Johnson, the redshirt freshman with the opportunity to start, and he has made the most of it.
Yeah, New Hampshire has just been all over in terms of run defense. I mean, they're not giving Farrell or Littleton any room to go anywhere.
So second down and 10 for Devin Farrell. Over the middle, and he's got a man. Abora Quartang with a good strike from Devin Farrell moves the chains for Rhode Island.
And so much about playing quarterback is taking what the defense gives you, and when New Hampshire's just been swarming your run, do what you know how to do. Devin Farrell has the confidence and the ability to make plays happen like this, and a guy like Quartang has the ability to reel in those catches.
Here's a bit of a read option, and it's a handoff. A nice job that time. It's Brandon Barrow. Picks up about 7 yards. So now you're seeing Rhode Island's offense coming to life a little bit. Starting to move the chains through the air and on the ground. Second down and 4. Here's Farrell trying to make a move. He stays on his feet, takes a hit, and he will move the chains. Devin Farrell fighting for every yard and getting a first down.
Yeah, and see, that looks like the Devin Farrell that Rhode Island football fans know and love. I mean, he's a guy who, if your read isn't there, use your legs. And he does it right there. You see, Gaines was available there on a little dunk-off pass. Farrell decides to keep it, lowers his shoulder, picks up a first down. The Rams offense is moving.
Fresh set it down, right back to Barrow. Slicing forward for a gain of 8. Brendan Barrow, have yourself a drive.
Yeah, sort of interesting to see here, Barrow in this early. And, well, right as I mentioned that, Littleton comes back in. Littleton has been the core piece, the primary running back for the Rams. We'll switch up from last season as we kind of had a little bit of a rotational room. But Barrow's making do with the snaps he's given.
2 tight ends on the field now for Rhode Island. They'll give it off to Littleton, who has a hole. He plows forward for a first down and a little bit more. And it looks like Marquise Buchanan is down. And that, if you're a Rhode Island fan, is one of the worst sights you could see. You just can't put into words how important Marquise Buchanan is in this offense. He's 6th in program in receiving yards in program history, as well as 6th in receptions and touchdowns. And here, let's take a look. Looks like he
got folded up in a block by the tacklers, something that, you know, it's important to remember anytime you're on that field, whether you're blocking or you're the ball carrier, you're making the hit, you're always putting yourself on the line. That much has always been evident in the game of football. But yeah, Johnny, you mentioned Buchanan. I mean, you also got to remember the fact he's the hometown kid. He's a Providence native. He's someone we've mentioned that the wide receiver duo of him and Gaines, I mean, these guys could be legitimate starters at FBS schools. So you mentioned the importance of these guys, especially a guy like Marquise Buchanan, cannot be understated.
He's sitting up now, which is a good sign. Again, hope for the best for him. Again, when he announced he was returning after last year, got a huge uproar in support for this URI football team, mentioning that he wants to come back for it all. Here you see him being helped off, and a tough blow for URI's offense, but again, you just hope he's okay. Now as we get back to football, it is a first down for Rhode Island. They've gone all the way to the 29-yard line. So huge opportunity for them to tie this game up. Here's a handoff to Littleton. And he'll pick up a couple. Looks like it'll be 2 yards.
Looks like the Rhode Island rushing attack has adopted more of a power as opposed to sort of the zone reads. They're just trying to utilize their size. I don't know if that's the right call. It worked a couple of times, but this New Hampshire defense is tough.
And it starts up front for them. You look at guys like Akin Maladoon, Cameron Gardner-Young. Some real stars up front. DJ Johnson as well as Zach Guerin. 2nd down and 8. Farrell, a designed run. He's got plenty of room up to the 15-yard line. Mentioned the game full of dual threat quarterbacks. Now you're seeing Devin Farrell using his legs.
Absolutely, and John, I love the play call here. The QB draw up, that worked like a thing of beauty. Farrell tucks it, goes. He's got green grass. He's even able to get himself out of bounds, avoid a hit. It's exactly how you want him.
In the red zone for the first time from the 15-yard line. Here's a give to Littleton. He's going to plow forward for a gain of 1 or 2. And that will do it for the first quarter of action. The clock hits 0. We are 15 minutes.
That's the end of the first quarter.
UNH has put on a show. They're up 7-0 on the defending CAA champs.
We're making up for last week, Corey. Yeah. Corey, you want to leave it on this, and we can do it. They just kind of like acknowledge the roadie beats cancer thing. All right, John will do it.
Start of the second quarter, and there you see all the pink in the stands. It's Roadie Fights Cancer Day. As October hits, it's Breast Cancer Awareness Month, and what a great cause here from Meade Stadium. As here's Farrell. Here's Amari Walker, makes a move, stays on his feet, upended at about the 14-yard line.
So we're going to get our first look at the Rhodey offense in the red zone. It was a forgettable first 2 drives, to say the least, 2 3-and-outs. They've gotten moving, though, of course, that first quarter ended with Marquise Buchanan exiting the game. He was helped off the field. So the Rams, all eyes are on the Rams offense.
It's 3rd down and 8. Rhode Island looking to come out with a touchdown, and we'll have a flag thrown, and looks like it might be a false start.
False start. Offense number 79. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
Call it on the left tackle, Brock Bethea. One of the better left tackles in the conference. And there you see just a little twitch.
Yep, that's all it takes. That's all it takes to back yourselves up 5 yards.
So from 3rd and 8 to 3rd and 13. Let's see what Devin Farrell has in store, trying to keep the drive alive. Here we go. Farrell given time. He'll check it down. There it is. A 1st down and more of Bora Corte. Some nice run after catch.
And, you know, that's got to be one of Boateng's best traits, is the ability he has to make space in the middle of the field. You catch a guy like that on a inverted zig or a drag or a slant, he's just got that breakaway speed. He can be really dangerous.
1st and goal now from the 3-yard line. It's Littleton powering his way through, and he gets in for 6.
So Littleton gets it done in near the exact spot that Thomason did in that north end zone. And that play looks like what we see a lot of in the red zone from the Rams. It's that read option, and both of these teams got quarterbacks that can run. It just makes it so tricky. Edge rushers can never be so sure where that ball is going.
Extra point is good. We are tied up here from Meade Stadium. The Rams strike back and get 7 thanks to a power
Timeout
run
on the field
by the power runner, Antoine Littleton Jr., getting the job done. Score is tied at 7 after Antoine Littleton Jr. got in for 6, but there you see the URI baseball team. During the break, they were honored on the field after last year. Such a great year for the program. They won the A-10 tournament. Multiple players from Rhodey baseball got drafted, such as Anthony DePino, Eric Genther, some real sluggers on this team, and they are equipped and ready to go back at it this upcoming spring.
Yeah, absolutely. Coach Serrato's got a good thing going over at Bill Beck Field.
as the kick is away, and it'll be deep into the end zone for a touchback. So now after coming up empty, given really good field position thanks to the blocked punt, now Matt Vezza is going to have the chance to give New Hampshire the lead right back.
And we'll peek again at the touchdown that came for the Rams in an Antoine Littleton rush up the middle. You see guys like Connor Feiner giving that little extra push there. They get it done. And again, we talked about that read option. Gosh, tricky, tricky, tricky when you've got quarterbacks as dynamic as Farrell and Vezza.
Now it's Vezza's turn to respond. After a missed field goal, kept the score at 7. Here's a handoff, going nowhere. Tosin Akinsolare and Moses Muse getting home.
And when it comes to this Rhode Island defense, a lot of the focus is on that linebacker core. But the guys up front get their, they get their dues in. Guys like Tosin, Case Mankins, they know how to eat.
Still a formidable front, even after losing some key players last year. When you look up front, guys like Wesley Neal, it's such a great turnout. As here is Vezza, checks it down. Is Jordan Campbell pushing Chase Wilson, the Wesleyan transfer, out of bounds. His first catch of the day, and it'll be 3rd and short now for New Hampshire.
Yeah, and so important getting Wilson moving. That's your leading receiver right there. Over 400 yards already on the season.
New Hampshire 0 for 2 on 3rd down today. They have a 35% conversion rate on 3rd downs this season. It's 3rd and 4. Meade Stadium gets rowdy. Here's Vezza with time. Dumps it down and has Wilson again. 1st down and much more up to the 47-yard line. After a quarter of not having his number called, Chase Wilson starting to make his impact on this game.
And the Wildcats are wasting no time as those chains are moving to get their offense set up.
Back to Vezza. It's a handoff to Thomason. He'll plow forward for about 4. Right at around midfield. Now they'll slow things up. The ground game has been very good for UNH, but you've also seen some nice passes like Casey McKinney down the sideline. Now Chase Wilson getting involved. Vezza getting it done with his arms and his legs. On 2nd and 7. Dropping back, he's given time, running out of it. He'll throw in, it's McKinney again who makes the catch, wrapped up by Moses Muse.
And Vezza looked like he made that one off his back foot, falling away from his target, almost a cross-body type look. Case McKinney's an athletic guy. He's very good at making those mid-air adjustments to the ball. And he'll set up shop now, 3rd and short for the Wildcats.
Another 3rd down for the Rhode Island defense, trying to get off the field. Big play here. It's a pass, and it's nearly intercepted. John Boyle's knocking it away, and it will be 4th down.
But John Boyle, 6'3", 240. He tested the vertical jump here. Let's see this. That one hit right at both of his hands. That's why a guy like that is playing defense and not wide receiver or tight end, but you got to figure his eyes probably burst out of his head seeing that one. A golden opportunity, but nonetheless, it'll be 4th down, and the Wildcats bring on their punting unit.
He had a perfect read on that, just was sitting there waiting for the throw. And you might want that one back. He might have been able to have an interception there.
That's one in the film room. He's going to be sitting there with his head in his hands.
So Rhode Island forces a punt. It's Sanchez back deep. He calls for a fair catch at the 9-yard line. So the punter and special teams continuing to be good for UNH. But we do have a flag on the play.
Flag came a little late, looks like to be at the far end of the field.
During the kick, holding, return team number 31. 10-yard penalty, first down.
So now they'll back him up even further. And there you see Marquise Buchanan walking all by himself. That's a really good sign.
Correction, the penalty is half the distance to the goal. First down.
See if he's able to make a return to this game. You know he does want to be out here, one of the more competitive players on this team.
Absolutely. Marquise Buchanan is such a passionate guy. An upstanding dude, too. He's pretty cool to talk to when you see him around campus. He's always all smiles. But his passion, man, there's nothing like it.
So Rhode Island's offense backed up to the 5. It's a pitch to Littleton. Charging forward, staying on his feet. And he gets up to the 13-yard line. Some nice work that time for Antoine Littleton Jr.
Yeah, and you know, guys like Littleton, they do benefit from the fact that Rhode Island has a premier offensive line unit in the country, but sometimes the tape tells the story, and a guy like Littleton, he's so tricky to bring down. He just keeps it moving.
That time he is brought down by the front of UNH. Really nice work from multiple people. Looked like Tim Bonagura got home. And the run defense still coming through now for UNH, but it's 3rd and 1 for Rhode Island. If UNH gets a stop, that could be huge for field position purposes. They force a punt. This backed up into Rhode Island territory. 3rd and 1, it's a give right back to Littleton. He fights forward, and he's got the first down and a bit more up to the 19-yard line. You just can't
Timeout
put
for
into words how
offensive
important
helmet
he
coming
is to
on.
this URI
Number
offense.
11.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's jogging over to the sideline, getting a well-deserved break. He has just been a workhorse. I mean, when you think of a workhorse running back, you've got to think of a guy like Antoine Littleton. They just feed him and feed him.
First down and 10, a handoff to Barrow. He's going to fight forward and pick up nearly 5 yards, excuse me. So we're seeing Brandon Barrow as well, making his mark. Picks up 6.
And you got to figure part of that is because we've seen so much Littleton in these first couple of games. You know, you can only have that mentality of, you know, being the workhorse, but, you know, the body at some point starts to play a factor. So no surprise we see Barrow in.
Here's Farrell rolling right, and he's wrapped up and taken down. Zach Guerin with the sack. That's his 3rd of the year, makes it 3rd down.
Yeah, that's a commanding stop for the Wildcats. The URI offense has found their spark. They've been moving substantially better than they were in that first quarter. And with the score tied up, you know, you could argue the score should look a little different in the Wildcats' favor. But the Wildcats are looking to get a stop here.
3rd and 3, Farrell over the middle, zips in, it's caught. Omari Walker came into the game with only 1 catch on the year. He has 2 so far today.
And I think that surprised a lot of people who watched Rhode Island football last season. Omari Walker was, you know, almost competing with Gaines for that wide receiver 2 spot with how much they used him. And, you know, at the start of the season, it was sort of like, you know, where'd he go? We were seeing more Quartang. But Walker's still here, and he still knows how to make an impact.
Handoff to Barrow, breaks the tackle. He's got all kinds of space down the left sideline, down to the 40-yard line. But there is a flag. And this one might be coming back.
Yeah, absolutely, it's coming back.
Holding, offense number 11. 10-yard penalty.
There's Omari Walker
First down.
right around the 40-yard line. And those are crushers. The whole stadium gets on their feet. And that yellow piece of laundry goes flying up in the air. As we'll see, it was Omari Walker. He was moving. He had the space. He just had his hands in the wrong spot. Looks like he got the back of Zeron Skinner's shoulder pads. They're going to call that all day.
Still only 2nd and 11 as it's 10 yards from the spot of the foul. Here's Farrell looking deep over the middle, and it's incomplete. A dangerous throw trying to get it to Jamal Mensah.
Yeah, Farrell wanted Mensah on that down the middle, and he undershot him. And I'll tell you right now, those are not the kind of routes that you want to underthrow. You know, a play like that, easily interceptable. That's a safety's fantasy throw, is a tosser up across the middle. Farrell lucky to get away with one, and now 2nd and long.
Especially with Raleigh Collins, the third, who is right there in coverage. He already has 2 interceptions this year. Nearly had a third. Here's a keeper again for Farrell, telling Littleton to go block. What a weird play that was. Looked like a bit of a miscommunication between Littleton and Farrell.
Yeah, John, I can't tell if that was a designed QB power run right there, but it didn't really look all that good. You see Farrell took the drop step, and that'd be the guess, but Littleton's kind of got to know where to go on that one. He was just standing straight on his heels. Farrell tried to give him a bump, but all for naught, no gain on the play.
Now it's 3rd down and 11 as UNH's defense is bidding for a stop here. Here's Farrell. Looking deep for Gaines down the sideline. He makes the catch. Greg Gaines, the third, up to the 36-yard line.
Yeah, and Greg Gaines, he just makes splash plays. That's what you got him there for. Streaking down the sideline, one-on-one, moves the chains. The Rams are wasting no time.
And here is Barrow, gets knocked over for a gain of about 3. On the stop was Raleigh Collins, the third. What a big break for Rhode Island after some penalties and some miscommunications, connecting on the deep shot to Greg Gaines, the third, who we've talked about has the capabilities and the talent to be a wide receiver 1, but with Marquise Buchanan usually around, he doesn't have to be, but now he'll have to step up here today. Here's Littleton on 2nd down, plows forward, picks up about 2.
So it's 3rd down now, and I'm only now realizing we're almost at the 4:30 mark. This has been a long offensive drive, one that is draining if you're the New Hampshire defense, but I'm sure the Rhode Island defense is catching their breath and priming themselves for when they've got to go back.
Rhode Island took over with 10:06 left in the second. At the 5-yard line, this is the 13th play. On 3rd down, Farrell given time, roaming left, running out of it. He's going to have to make something happen, looking for anyone, flings it toward the end zone, and it's out of bounds, looking for Omari Walker, and it's 4th down.
Yeah, it's 4th down, and Farrell had a lot of time in that pocket, even made some extra time up with his feet. But there was just nothing there on that play. It was blanket coverage from the Wildcat secondary, and the Rhode Island field goal unit marches onto the field.
It's Garth White, the transfer from USC. This will be a 46-yard attempt. This would be huge if he's able to connect. And here it is, it's up, and it's absolutely good. Garth White, what a kick. And it's 10-7 Rhode Island.
So the Rams take the lead for the first time here today in Kingston with just under 4 minutes to go in the first half. They killed a lot of clock on that drive, and it's finished off with Garth White. Johnny, you mentioned the USC transfer, spent his first couple of years at a community college in California, so he's had quite the journey, which has led him to Kingston.
That one looked like it might have been good from 50. Nice job by Garth White, and a long drive yields 3 points for Rhode Island, and as you mentioned, the first time today, they take the lead. And now here's an opportunity for the Wildcats. With 4 minutes left, they do only have one timeout, but they will start off the second half with possession of the ball. URI won the toss, elected to receive. So UNH with a chance looking to go 2 for 1. Here's White, his kick. And it's out of play, it'll be a touchback. So now we will see Matt Veza, who's had a great day so far today. He's 53 yards passing. Rhode Island, after a really slow start, has now won the total yards gained war. They have 165 total yards of offense to 73 for UNH, and a lot of that just comes with having the ball more. You mentioned draining so much clock on that last drive, a 14-play drive. But here's Veza. Trailing for the first time today. It's a handoff, and he's got tons of room. Upended, but a first down. Nice carry that time from Elliott Main, or excuse me, Denzel Gibson, the sophomore.
And Gibson had a lot of green ahead of him. He could have driven a pickup truck through that hole. Props to the interior offensive lineman. And that one moves it in the Wildcats. 3:30 left. I don't think they're worried about that clock, though.
First down and 10, fresh set. It's a keeper to Veza, and he also has green grass. He'll go down for a pickup of 8. There you see the read option. We've talked about it today. UNH putting it to use. 2nd and 2 now. Rhode Island's offense looking for a stop. Had a long rest on the sideline. Here's Veza over the middle, and it's caught. But there is a flag in the backfield. Josh Fillion makes the catch over the middle. If it stands, it'll be a first down, but I don't believe it will.
Personal foul, hands to the face. Defense number 51. 15-yard penalty be added to the end of the play. First down.
Layson Hibbert, hands to the face, and that is a brutal penalty for Rhode Island. It was a first down on the throw anyway, and you tack on a couple more as well.
Yeah, so that's big mistake number 2 from this Rhode Island defense in terms of penalties. It was an illegal hands to the face from Hibbert, and that moves the Wildcats well into Rhode Island territory. And you know, John, I feel like a name we haven't heard a lot of so far today is A.J. Pena. I'm sort of waiting for that big play that could come at any moment.
First down and 10, running out of time. He slips through, gets a first down. Matt Veza, some nice scrambling ability, moves the chains for the Wildcats.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
We hit the 2-minute timeout here from Kingston. And we have a fun one here. 10-7 Rhode Island on top.
Hey, grab me one too.
Sounds good, I appreciate it.
see friends, see food, see view. The Coast Guard House Restaurant.
2 minutes to play here in half number 1 from Meade Stadium, and it's the Wildcats driving into Rhode Island territory just on the brim of the red zone at the 20-yard line, looking to take the lead going into halftime. 2nd and 1. Here's Veza going deep for McKinney, and did he make the catch? He did. What a grab, and that's Chase Wilson on the grab, excuse me.
Wow. And that was just an all-out impressive showing from Wilson. The Wildcats went back to that sideline streak. And Wilson just beat out the defensive back. He made the adjustment, and it was there. And the Wildcats go ahead. They leave still a minute 55 on the clock for the Rams.
PAT is up and good. It's 14-10. And with a minute 55, now you'll see Rhode Island's offense with 3 timeouts try and get back on the scoreboard. But look at this play.
Yeah, and this is one where if you're the quarterback, you're not aiming for your receiver, you're aiming for a spot. And you've got to know that your guy is going to get to that spot. And Chase Wilson did just that. Able to adjust. That was against Ayinde Johnson, who led up a big play earlier in that first quarter. So you got to start thinking, is the Wildcat offense attacking number 6 particularly?
They hit Casey McKinney, excuse me, on the deep ball down the left sideline on the first drive of the game. And now to get into the end zone, they did it again, both times on Ayinde Johnson. And the Wildcats respond. Long field goal by Garth White. They end up getting 7. Chase Wilson. This has been a fun one, hasn't it, Ryan?
Honestly, I'll give it to you. Yeah, it's been a pretty interesting watch. I feel like that's what you always get. We mentioned earlier, this one isn't a rivalry on paper. There's no trophy or cup we're playing for, but these are 2 teams that have just gone at it and at it and at it for well over 100 years now. It's the 99th meeting between these two, and I feel like this one has all the makings and the characteristics of a rivalry game. You know, both your quarterbacks, neither quarterback is at 90 yards. You've got lead changes left and right. You've got special teams plays happening. You've got 2 coaches who are more than familiar with each other. I mean, you know, last season, this game, the score was 3-2 at halftime with a Wildcat lead. The Rams went on to win that one. And another year before that, you know, Rhodey gets it done in overtime. So, you know, these 2 programs are no stranger to duking it out and leaving it all on the football field.
There's a touchback, so Rhode Island will start on the 25-yard line. Looking for points, as I mentioned. UNH is the one with the ball at the start the second half, so getting points here for Rhode Island would be huge. Dump it down to Littleton, but quickly swallowed up by Trevor Berry. They give him 4 yards, so it's 2nd and 6, and now moving with some tempo is Rhode Island's offense. 90 seconds to go here in the first half. Farrell over the middle again. It's Quartang, and he makes a move up to the 45-yard line. Abora Quartang is having a heck of a half here for the Rams.
And if I'm Coach Fleming, I'm wasting no time on the aggressiveness here. Do not let your foot off the gas.
1st down and 10. Farrell stepping up in the pocket, making a move, making people miss. Falls forward for a gain of 4. Nice job by Devin Farrell. And now Rhode Island will use their first timeout.
Yeah, that's a play right there for a lot of quarterbacks.
First charge timeout.
You just fall forward and take what you can.
30 seconds in length.
With no gain. But Devin Farrell's able to show that although this season he has been less run heavy, he's still got that ability with his legs.
He has put his legs to good use tonight. We've seen a couple of times, a couple of nice breakers. And let's take a look at a couple of the plays that just went down. This is Bora Kwarteng. He's been so good in space, making run after the catch. And Farrell, some nice pocket awareness. But a really good move on Zach Guerin to evade the sack.
Yeah, but for Farrell, that's exactly what you want your quarterback to do. Don't panic. Don't make any hasty decisions throwing the ball. Don't try and scramble outside to the sideline. Farrell steps up, makes a safe play, falls forward for a gain of 4, second and manageable. You've got 1:07 left on the clock.
Rams come out of this timeout in empty. 2nd down and 6. Here's Farrell. Spins out of pressure, and he finds Amari Walker, and it's right at the chains, and it looks like that'll be a 1st down. Amari Walker is having a nice half as well. You're seeing the absence of Marquise Buchanan, a couple of these receivers really stepping up for Rhode Island, and he got out of bounds as well. A minute to play here in half number 1. Rhode Island at the 45-yard line. It's a give to Barrow. Breaking free, down to the 10-yard gain. A 1st down again.
And Barrow's got something that's so hard to teach skill position players, and that's just that burst quickness. I mean, he goes from 0 to 60 like that.
Another fresh set of downs. Farrell dumps it over the middle, nearly intercepted. Trying to get it to Connor Feiner.
Yeah, Feiner was definitely his intended target there, but he sort of threw it in between him and Walker. Feiner was finding the spot to sit. Just a little miscommunication. It was Stone who almost came up with what would have been a monster interception to go into halftime with.
That stops the clock with 38 seconds left. 2nd down and 10. Farrell facing pressure, finds Barrow out of the backfield, puts his shoulder down, and he gets out of bounds. Brandon Barrow. Looking like Antoine Littleton Jr.
Yeah, Brandon Barrow, the grad transfer from Stanford. He's 5'8", 190 pounds. But sometimes when you're 5'8", you got to play like you're 6'4". He lowers the shoulder and gets some extra yards.
3rd down and 3 coming for the Rams. From the 28-yard line, it's a low snap. It's a give right back to Barrow. Cuts upfield. He's got space to the 10, 5, and he's in. Touchdown, Brandon Barrow. Rhode Island jumps back out in front.
You know, John, we talked earlier about Barrow and how he really hasn't gotten his name called yet this season. It's been all Antoine Littleton, but boy, is he having a heck of a game and a heck of a drive he had at that. I mean, you could pretty much staple that entire touchdown drive to Barrow, as that one is drilled through the uprights by White. And just like that, heads were hanging a little bit for Rhode Island, but now they're high and mighty as they lead 3. 25 left to go in this first half. And again, Johnny, this is what you talk about. This is that rivalry football game. Taking a look at what we see from Barrow. He's got the footwork. He's got the speed.
You see Rhode Island they've always relied on such a dominant running game, and Littleton Jr. just brings the power, but now you're seeing the emergence of another back for Rhode Island, and that's Brandon Barrow, and he's doing it with speed and explosion. He has had one heck of a half for Rhode Island, and that is how you perfectly execute the 2-minute drill. Only used 1 timeout and 25 seconds left here in half number 1.
So on 7 attempts, Barrow has 70 yards to his name. I'm not the best at math, but that's a pretty simple calculation there, 10 yards a rush. It's not bad at all.
25 seconds left and 1 timeout for UNH. See if they can make something happen. It's going to be out of the back of the end zone. Darren Burton not fielding it. What a response from URI after allowing the touchdown to Chase Wilson to come back and have a 2-minute drill and able to get the 7 right back. And again, mention the importance of UNH starting second half with the ball to get those points back. Just so crucial. And now you'll see Veza, looks like he's just going to go take a kneel and end the half here from Kingston. The clock's going to wind down on a fun half here from Meade Stadium. Rhode Island looking to get back in the win column, as well as UNH. They had a tough loss to Villanova last week, but they have come in and showed a ton of fight on the road. Took the lead early, and now Rhode Island enters the half up by 3.
Yeah, UNH jumped the gun a little bit there. UNH going back-to-back on ranked opponents to Villanova and now Rhode Island. So they've had nothing but a gauntlet in terms of a schedule. In Rhode Island, I think their last 2 weeks, I mean, we said this before, their last 2 weeks, they just didn't look like Rhode Island football in their loss. You know, Western Michigan, of course, an FBS opponent in the MAC. But then to that ground loss, just uncharacteristic on both offense, defense, and even special teams. But I think today, from both teams, we've seen it done in all 3 phases.
We're 30 minutes through here at Meade Stadium. And we have a heck of a ball game here. It's 17-14. Back and forth on the ground, through the air. We have a fun game here. You're not going to want to miss the second half when we get back.
Aquaculture, growing seafood, creates stewards of the environment. Our business decisions have to be environmental decisions. What we want to achieve when we grow an oyster is consistency, a deep cup, a thick shell. Where we grow the oysters contributes to the flavor and the texture. At Matunic Oyster Bar, we have our own farm-to-plate cycle. Our oyster farmers and vegetable farmers bring their product to the chefs, then to our servers, then to our guests. We try to get better at it every year. Hopefully we can keep that going.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Harrington School of Communication and Media at the University of Rhode Island. Go from sports fan to professional when you study sports media and communication at URI. The Harrington School of Communication and Media will harness your enthusiasm and transform it into lifelong careers, passions, and missions. Study with industry leaders as you move towards your career goals through real-world experience with state-of-the-art equipment. Visit uri.edu today and get in.
We are back here at Meade Stadium, where we have a fun one. As it's 17-14 at the half. The band serenades the fans here. We have a busy couple of things going on. Of course, it's Rhodey Fights Cancer Day and a huge home game against a conference opponent. But we also have Youth Day, where some of the local kids had the opportunity to hang out with some URI Rams. And it was a fun one.
Yeah, absolutely, John. And, you know, I think with the way this program is trending upwards in terms of success, and, you know, in a state like Rhode Island where, you know, the smallest state in the country, you got to get that community, you got to build your connections and try to keep those recruits home. It's so big to see the players, the coaches, and community members all getting together and just kicking back a little bit. Like, it brings a tear to my eye almost, John, dare I say it.
It's just a great scene where you're getting people involved. Not just, look at this, the cheerleading as well, and everyone just having a great time. And it's got to be so fun for the athletes as well to be able to have this impact on the next generation of maybe hopeful URI Rams one day. But here you see them running different drills, showing the vertical speed down the sideline.
No, but you're right. And again, talking about sort of the trajectory of this program, I mean, this is a team that at one point fans were calling for the dismissal of in favor of potentially Division I ice hockey. But to see the trajectory, I mean, just in the last couple of years, we've seen a turf field be added. We've seen the new Jumbotron. Next season, the Rams will be playing at Centerville Bank Stadium while Meade Stadium here in Kingston undergoes renovations to, you know, bring up and step up to the par that they know they should be at. You know, you pair that with, you know, a 2024 CAA championship title. I mean, Rhode Island football is heading in a positive direction.
It absolutely is, and it's just great to see it. But we'll take another quick break here as a whole slew of events going on. We'll be back with more right here on Flow College.
Corey, highlights or CAA next?
We are back here at Meade Stadium, where the score is 17-14, as Rhode Island has fought back and forth and inevitably ends the half with the lead. And we'll take a quick look at the scores around the CAA. Standings, around the CAA. And there you see Rhode Island, despite all the discourse around the last couple of games, they're still atop the CAA.
Yeah, so we've been talking throughout this game about how it's been a forgettable last 2 weeks for the Rams, but those losses coming from a MAC opponent and an Ivy opponent in Brown, So nonetheless, in terms of CAA football, not too much to worry about for the Rams. They can still right their wrongs here against New Hampshire. And New Hampshire looking to readjust their trek. It has not been a perfectly smooth sailing for the season. When we look back to that preseason poll, Rhode Island was projected to finish first. They're hanging in there in terms of that. New Hampshire was projected to finish fifth. Now, looking at New Hampshire, they've had a strong schedule, is putting it lightly. New Hampshire's, you're facing Rhode Island. They just played Villanova, 2 ranked opponents, and Monmouth, an opponent who will likely, by the time that New Hampshire finds themselves playing Monmouth, will be ranked. So really, when you look at what New Hampshire's had to go through, what they've had to battle through, it's been that top-of-the-line CAA. Of course, Maine is such a constant rival in New Hampshire. Some would say they're largest between them and Dartmouth, and then William and Mary. So New Hampshire's gotten it all to go. Rhode Island's been getting it done. And in terms of other storylines in the CAA, Rhode Island will be playing Bryant later on to complete the sort of trifecta here, our interstate tournament. Rhode Island played Brown and fell 28-21. And just last night, as a matter of fact, the Brown Bears beat Bryant. So there's no trophy, no official title here, but Brown, the Ivy Leaguer, they get it done versus the other Rhode Island schools in the FCS. But this is what's so interesting. The CAA still manages to be so competitive. I mean, you really never know when a team like Rhode Island and New Hampshire, who, are separated a little bit by record in terms of the conference, so much can happen though. And when you think about like the teams they play, they have similar opponents in Holy Cross, some similar non-conference opponents. Both teams will play Monmouth, and Monmouth, they're doing some ridiculous things. I almost didn't believe it myself, Johnny. Derek Robertson, Monmouth's quarterback, 22 touchdowns, 5 interceptions.
He has been fantastic for Monmouth. And as we get back, we'll take another quick break. We'll have stats, highlights, and more here on Halftime. Don't go anywhere.
This broadcast is brought to you by the Harrington School of Communication and Media at the University of Rhode Island. Sports is more than a pastime. When you study at URI's Harrington School of Communication and Media, you can immerse yourself in the world of sports media. Be taught and challenged by industry professionals and renowned sports experts, and explore all aspects of sports media, including current news, hands-on experience, and critical analysis. Come visit uri.edu today and get into the game.
There's been a tradition amongst pioneers, laborers, immigrants, neighbors. Transcending down through generations, it has been learned, inherited, and with us, well, it's in our blood. All we have is one another, fueling each other's fire as we grow together in community, in our work, and in life. So we're proud to carry on this great American tradition of being there when it counts.
See friends, see food, see view. The Coast Guard House Restaurant.
Black Bear Nation, let's ride. Go Tigers.
We are Hampton U.
You know.
As one. Fly Hawks.
Top the rock, baby.
Hey, Geek Pride. Roll Hawks, baby.
Phoenix Rising.
3 more feet.
Good try.
Go Dogs.
One team, one heart.
And we're going stats, highlights.
14-17 at halftime, with the Rams having the advantage over the Wildcats. It's been a fun one through 30 minutes. I can't wait to see what the next 30 have in store. And back here inside the broadcast booth, I'm Jonathan Blair, Ryan Palillo to my right. And Ryan, we really have had a really back and forth game. UNH had a really good start, blocked punt. They had a 7-0 lead to start. Looked like it might be 10-0, but the missed field goal looks like it presented Rhode Island with a window of opportunity.
Absolutely, and in games like this, these rivalry-esque games, you know, every play matters. Every facet of the game matters. Special teams, offense, defense, and that's what we've seen so far.
And let's take a quick look at the stats and highlights where Rhode Island and this UNH back and forth game, it started off hot for the Wildcats.
Yeah, the Wildcats came out slinging. It was Veza who showed no fear when it came to passing the ball, but the Wildcats don't just do it by air, they do it on the ground too. And it was Thomason who got his first touchdown of the season there. And the Rams, it took them a little bit to respond, but once they got going, they got going. Devin Farrell showing he didn't forget how to run the ball. He can still do it, and guess what? He too can throw the ball. He was slinging it. Both quarterbacks were moving. It was a slow start offensively for the Rams, but once they got moving, they got moving.
Yep, and then you see Antoine Littleton Jr. finishing the job as he's done all season long.
Absolutely, Littleton, he's been the workhorse, but another storyline today has been Barrow. We're taking a look at another rush from Veza. I mean, this is just a guy, he's so difficult to contain, and the way you run that option, it opens up that passing game. And right here, you saw that passing game get opened up. That was Chase Wilson who made the touchdown grab to go up late in that second quarter. But it wouldn't be until Barrow responded to close out the half with a 30-plus yard touchdown run. And Barrow's been having himself a day. We talked a little bit about today. Coming into this one, Barrow was not really the guy for the Rams. It's been all Littleton, but as you're seeing now on your screen, 7 carries, 70 yards, and a touchdown. The game could end there for him, and he'd be happy, but we've still got another half to play.
30 minutes to play, and there you see Rhode Island just continuing to move the ball offensively. They are really doing a good job of getting more total yards offensively than UNH. And I think the one thing, if you're Rhode Island, you have to point to and say we can clean up is the penalties at the bottom. 5 for 43 yards. And if you recall, Brandon Barrow had a nice run down the left sideline before that got brought back due to a holding. And those are the type of plays that in a game like this, back and forth, so evenly fought, those are the plays that'll hurt you.
Yeah, absolutely, John. It's tricky, but you got to clean it up, and in a rivalry game, anything can happen.
We'll take another quick break, and when we get back, the final 30 minutes of this one, a fun one. Rhode Island up by 3 heading to the second half.
Are we opening the half with Peter?
have reached the start of the second half here from Meade Stadium, but before kickoff, we're going to send it down to a quick word from our sideline reporter, Peter Gigliotti.
When asked about the offense in the second half, head coach Jim Fleming said he'd like to see more of the same. They got some momentum there near the end with a good 2-minute drill and a great half from Brendan Barrow. So looking to see much more of that from the offense, and a good update for URI. Wide receiver Marquise Buchanan will be returning to this matchup after getting caught up in a block earlier in the first quarter. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Peter, and what a good update for Rhode Island that Marquise Buchanan is able to continue to play in this game. Just having him out there does so much for their offense.
Yeah, and John, and we've mentioned about Marquise Buchanan, the passion and the drive he brings, and Rhode Island's got a handful of talented targets for Devin Farrell, and we've seen them find success without Buchanan on the field, but having that guy, he's your leader, he's a veteran at this point, having him on the field just brings so much, not just to your game, but to the mindset of your players.
He doesn't necessarily have a captain's patch on that jersey of his, but you better believe he is one of the crucial leaders to this URI offense alongside Devin Farrell, Greg Gaines as well. And he has been sorely missed in this first half, but it's good for Rhode Island to have him back out there. Even though you've had good receiving efforts from guys like Gabor Courtain, Greg Gaines, and even Amari Walker has gotten involved today. Mentioned before, UNH will start with the ball in the second half. And here comes Garth White with the kick. It'll be Darren Burton on the return, making a move at the 20, and he's got more green grass ahead up to the 37, and he's knocked out of bounds by who else other than Garth White.
And Garth White had a little bit to say, and now we're going to get some chippiness here on the Rhodey sideline. That's what happens when the kicker makes a play. This whole stadium gets fired up.
Again, this isn't a totally on-record rivalry. Again, there's no trophy we're fighting for, but this is a hard-fought contest, and now you're seeing the emotions rising after, look at Garth White put the shoulder down.
Yeah, and we're going to see if the camera stayed on him long enough to see the reaction of him afterwards. He hit a little flex, got in his face. Oh, boy. You don't want to make mistakes here. You don't want to do anything too ridiculous. There's still a lot of football left. Keep everyone in this game as long as you can. But that return set the Wildcats up with some pretty good field position.
Here's Denzel Gibson, who's tripped up for a gain of 3. And so still, despite the hard hit out of bounds by Garth White, really good field position to start at the 37 for the Wildcats.
And even though, you know, you're down 3, but realistically, for New Hampshire, I mean, there's aren't much better places to be right now. You're on the road. You're, you know, a field goal here ties it. A touchdown gives you the lead against a ranked semi-rival opponent. So you're going to do with what you can.
Right now, the difference in the game is the missed field goal by Nick Reed. So here's a keeper for Veza, and he's wrapped up by Andre DePina Gray. Nice tackling in the open field by the safety.
And ADG, the ability he has to get downhill and make plays is integral to the Rhode Island defense. I mean, when your strong safety can fly in and make plays by the line of scrimmage, it's something you can rely on.
Just like that, we have a third down here for Rhode Island. 3rd down and 5, looking to get off the field quickly. This will be a huge stand early in this second half. Here's Veza with time over the middle, complete, and falling forward for a first down. It's Fillion.
Yeah, and Veza was just all poised right there in that pocket as he made the play there to Fillion. He knew exactly where his receiver was going to be. He knew exactly where that ball was going to go, and it moves the chains.
It looked like it was just a little sit round in the hole in the zone defense, and did exactly what they needed to do, which is move the chains. So fresh set of downs now for the Wildcats. Wilson in motion. Here's Veza. It's a keeper again, trying to get away. And Andre DePina-Gray once again having himself quite the start to the second half.
Yeah, you know, John, I wouldn't be surprised if that's the man-to-man matchup right there. When you've got a mobile QB, you've got to have someone with an eye on him at all times. And every single time they've gone to the keeper on the outside, DePina-Gray is there to make the play.
2nd down and 9 for the Wildcats offense. Seeing a lot of running action. We'll see if Vezza can get the arm going again. Does have a deep touchdown pass to Chase Wilson. Here's Vezza looking deep again for McKinney, and a one-handed snag. Going once again at Ayinde Johnson down the right sideline. Casey McKinney, his 2nd deep ball of the day.
Yeah, that's the 3rd time that a play like this has been led up over Ayinde Johnson. You got to figure Vezza knows exactly who to target, who to go for, and that play's been almost 100% for the Wildcats.
Here's Gibson in space, and Ayinde Johnson upends him, but down inside the 10 at about the 8-yard line. This has been a very nice opening drive to this second half for the Wildcats. We'll see if they can finish it off. First down and goal from the 8-yard line. Gibson in the backfield. This is a handoff again. It's Gibson knifing his way through. He'll pick up a couple. He's at the 4-yard line.
And Gibson's got the frame of sort of that short yardage situation, running back, 5'10", 220 pounds. You pair that with Vezza on the ground. Wouldn't be surprised if we see an option play come up here.
We've seen Rhode Island do it at this part of the field a couple of times, and again, mentioning the dual threat ability of both of these quarterbacks. This will be a great start for UNH here in this second half, looking to retake the lead, trailing by 3. It's a QB power, knifing his way, and he's upended. A.J. Pena. First time we've called his name today.
And so instead of the option, they opt for the QB power. And that's a risky play call when you consider who's on the opposite side of that ball. Guys like A.J. Pena, guys like Case Mankins. Not people that I particularly would want to lower my shoulder against under any circumstances.
Rhode Island looking for a red zone stop. It's 3rd down and goal from the 2. You have to wonder if for UNH if this could be 4-down territory. Third and goal from the 2. It's a 50-50 ball, and the battle is won by Ayinde Johnson trying to get it to Ryan Blagg. 4th down for Rhode Island.
And that's huge on the psyche of Johnson there. You get one back finally. It's been a brutal day in terms of 50-50 balls for him. And what we're seeing now, the offense is staying on the field. John, you questioned if it's 4-down territory, and I agree with this call from Coach Santos. I mean, you're on the road. It's a rivalry opponent. You got to do what you got to do. There's still time left.
Look at the formation. Here it is, Vezza into the end zone. It's caught for a touchdown. It's Peyton Strickland, the tight end. And what a start to the second half for the New Hampshire Wildcats.
Yeah, and right there it is. I like the play call on 4th down. It's a little risky, but you know, it seemed like New Hampshire, they've already converted on 4th down today. They came into this one 58% on those conversions. This time you get it to go ahead, and now a chance to go up 4.
The extra point up and good. 21-17. New Hampshire starts the second half how you want to do it. A touchdown drive with a touchdown catch from the tight end.
Sounds good.
New Hampshire retakes the lead after an opening drive touchdown to start the second half. Capped off by a Peyton Strickland touchdown, his second of the season. And so now Rhode Island looking to respond on their opening drive of the second half. Mentioned our sideline reporter Peter Gigliotti saying wide receiver Marquise Buchanan should be available for this second half. What a huge boost that would be to an offense that really looks to have found its stride at the end of that first half. You can see Buchanan on the sideline. His helmet is on and he looks to be ready to get back out on the field. Here comes the kick from Reed. It's up and away. And back deep out of the end zone over the head of Brendan Barrow. So here comes the Rhode Island offense.
Are we getting that play up? Yeah, just recalling that last touchdown on the drive for the Wildcats. The way Veza moves forces so much open space in that defense, and he's able to move out of the pocket, find his guy, get it to go, and get the go-ahead touchdown. And there you saw there on your screen, Marquise Buchanan checked in for the Rams.
It's a play action for Farrell, looking deep for gains, and it's intercepted. It's Kelby Hampton, his second interception of the year. And my, oh my. New Hampshire's defense with a huge turn of events. And on the first play of the drive for Rhode Island, it's a turnover.
You know, and that's something we've seen the Rams do these last couple of weeks. Farrell makes mistakes, but credit here, the read on that play from Kelby Hampton, the 6'1", 185-pound freshman, makes the break on the ball, keeps both feet in bounds, and gives the Wildcats possession. They have a chance to make things ugly.
It's the second time Rhode Island's defense has been put out well into their own territory. First time was on a blocked punt. Now here, it's Thomason who gets wrapped up by Inde Johnson. So nice tackling that time. For Devin Farrell, that is his 6th interception of the year, or excuse me, his 5th. There were a couple last week against Brown that really costed Rhode Island, and right now you just kind of feel like New Hampshire's winning in the margins, special teams, and capitalizing on mental errors by the Rams. Second down and 6. It's another give to Thomason, waiting for a hole, and it won't find one. Some nice tackling that time by Layson Hibbert. It'll be third down and 6 yards to go.
And you know, we've talked already about how the Wildcats have had a tricky schedule. They've really had their mettle tested, their FBS opponent being Ball State, but that matchup they had against Dartmouth, I mean, the Ivy League is on the rise right now. A lot of those teams doing really good things. So no surprise to see the Wildcats in this game and in the driver's seat.
Third down and 6 from the 29-yard line. Rhode Island's defense looking for a stop after being given not so great field position. It's a handoff to Thomason, and he's not going anywhere. Patrick Conserve got there along with Moses Muse, and it'll be fourth down.
Yeah, so the Rams sticking to that defensive identity of getting things done when the odds are stacked against you. And the field goal unit makes their way onto the field. And I think Nick Reed has maybe a chip on his shoulder back from earlier in this one.
A 45-yard attempt for the sophomore kicker. Missed one earlier in the game. And the kick is up. Is it good? It is. A strike by Nick Reed, and it's 24-17. UNH has put up 10 in the early goings of this third quarter, and Rhode Island looks to respond when we get back.
There's been a tradition amongst pioneers, laborers, immigrants, neighbors. Transcending down through generations, it has been learned, inherited, and with us, well, it's in our blood. All we have is one another, fueling each other's fire as we grow together in community, in our work, and in life. So we're proud to carry on this great American tradition of being there when it counts.
The Wildcats have come into the second half with a chip on their shoulder, an opening drive touchdown followed by an interception that led to a field goal. Gives them a 7-point lead after coming into this third quarter trailing by 3. And what a turn of events for the Rams, who got the ball back looking to retake the lead. And the first play of the drive, an interception by Kelby Hampton. Kick is away. Barrow calls a fair catch. It'll be a touchback. So, Ryan, what do you want to see from Rhode Island's offense? Now they're in a 7-point hole with just under 10 minutes played here in this third.
Well, you know, John, I'm not sure what the science says about this little thing called the hot hand, but if I'm Rhode Island, I'm feeding the hot hand, and that's Brendan Barrow. He has been all over it this game. And I think the reason the score is the way it is the Rams looked to try and air things out, got a little too gutsy on the play call, and they ended up turning the ball over. But I'd like to see some ground and pound.
And here it is, Antoine Littleton Jr. spins up for a gain of 2. Littleton has stayed being that workhorse back today, despite some really impressive play from Brendan Barrow. There you see Marquise Buchanan in the slot. See if Rhode Island can get him the football. Looking his way and throwing into traffic. Incomplete. Trying to get it to Marquise Buchanan.
And that's just, you know, I know that's the design play right there. You're trying to find that slant route, trying to find the hole in the defense, but that's not the best read for Farrell to make right there. I mean, he threw it, you mentioned traffic, and he threw that into triple coverage. He's lucky to get that one back. And now the Rams are looking at 3rd and long. Barrow is back in the backfield, but this offense is starting to skid.
3rd down and 7 from the 28-yard line. Here's Farrell. Clean pocket. Zips it, and it's caught by Finer short of the sticks. They're saying
the field's
now
an incomplete pass.
Incomplete. So it'll be 4th down, and Rhode Island's offense threw a pick on the first drive in the second half, and now a 3 and out. What a stand by the UNH defense.
Yeah, this defense has stepped it up here. Taking a peek at that throw over to Finer. They thought at first fans were on their feet thinking he made the grab. Though he was short, it falls incomplete. But John, I'm starting to get deja vu here of those opening couple of drives in the first half.
Here's the punt. It's away. Nearly blocked again. And it's caught at the 35-yard line. Split up field up to the 45. Nice return by Miles Thomason. And now at the 45-yard line is where UNH will take possession, and an opportunity here to go up by 2 scores. Just under 10 minutes played here in this second half.
And the Wildcats really have done a solid job all around. I mean, again, I feel like we always end up talking about the 3 phases of football, particularly in this higher level CAA matchups. You know, every single snap counts, everything matters. The Wildcats have been getting it done.
We'll see if this Rhode Island defense has a stop in them. Let up a long touchdown drive to start things off in the second half. They were able to get a stop and hold them to 3 after being given not so great field position. But here's Veza rolling out. He'll fling it to the sideline. It's Fillion. And a gain of about 9. We'll see if they give him the first down. I believe he's just short.
And Veza's just looked really clean all day. That's the best word, I think, to describe him. 11 for 17 now. 2 touchdowns.
Ineligible
with no
receiver illegally downfield. Offense number 75. 5-yard penalty.
Illegal man
first down.
downfield, which brings this play back.
So I'll correct myself. Veza is still 10 for 16 after that one's called back. Not sure if I saw a flag necessarily, though. I saw an official making the hand signal as that one went downfield. So that'll make it 1st and 15. But I still stand on Veza's rather clean day. 2 touchdowns, no interceptions, only 126 yards. They've been having the success on the ground, so he's doing what you asked for.
So 1st and 15 now from the 40. Here's Gibson, who's tripped up. Excuse me, it's a keeper to Veza, who falls forward for 5. So it's 2nd and 10 now. Now Rhode Island given the chance to have a 2nd and long here. We'll see if they can make it happen defensively.
And I really think as this game starts to get closer and closer to final, the part of the defense, or sorry, the part of URI that needs to step up is going to be their secondary. They're going to have to start closing in and forcing more plays to be made in the box.
Veza drops back over the middle, and it's caught. Wilson gets the first down and more. And they're saying it's a fumble. The ball came out. Rhode Island thinks they have it. Still waiting on a ruling for the official. And it will
ruling
be
on the
first
field.
down
The ball
UNH.
was fumbled, but recovered by a downed player of the offense. It's their possession there. First down.
So a long first down conversion to Chase Wilson over the middle. Really nice throw from Veza.
Okay.
They said the
Okay.
ball
Is it
came
stopped
out.
now?
And it did. Moses Muse got it out.
Please reset the game clock to 4 minutes, 20 seconds.
But they're saying he did not get it back.
It will start on my signal.
Muse with the punch out, and they said Wilson fell back on it. Of course, every time there's a fumble, you immediately see everyone's hands start pointing in different directions.
So now first down and 10 from the 45. Here's a handoff. It's Gibson. He trips up. Gain of 4. So it'll be second down and 6. And you're seeing Denzel Gibson really getting a lot more burn here in this second half. Miles Thomason, Elliott Main, 2 other running backs in this offense.
Yeah, Gibson's averaging just over 6 yards a carry. So they're going to give it to him when they please. It's been working.
So it's second down and 6. Now from the 32. It's a quick pass, and it looks like it's incomplete, trying to get it back to Wilson. They call it a catch. Jim Fleming, the head coach, is not happy about it.
Neither are the Rhode Island fans. From my angle, looked like he might have gotten his hands under there. Wildcats trying to call a quick play, but they're not going to get one.
So now they'll
take a look at it. The ruling on the field is a completed pass. The previous play is under further review.
We'll take a look at it. It's under review. To me, it did not look like he had possession of the ball through the ground.
Well, we'll get a chance to look at it right here on our broadcast. I couldn't really get a glimpse. His hands were under it. The question is going to be, was the ball in possession of his hand? No, it was not. Right there, you see the ball popped out. He got the hands on it and then sort of tried to scoop it back up into his hands, but that ball most certainly hit the ground, and they're going to rule this one incomplete.
You can see instantly that head coach Jim Fleming was right next to the official. He called it a catch. Got right back into his face. Was not happy with the call, but he should be overturning this one.
Yeah, I mean, we're on the good angle here to see that play. But Jim Fleming was right there in front of the ball it was made. You can see him discussing there with the officials right after. And like we said, this one is most certainly going to be overturned from its original ruling.
You can see the assistant coach that was trying to keep Jim Fleming from going onto the field off of the sideline.
You know, you always think that it's a myth having those guys that just exist on the payroll to keep you off the field and avoid a flag. But look, take a look at Coach Fleming right here. Take a look at the emotion from Coach getting right into the face of the official. You got to make sure you're not doing anything that'll get you called. There was just as
after
it went away,
further
the coach,
review, the pass hit the ground and it is incomplete pass.
The coach
It'll be third down and 6 at the 31-yard line. The ball will be aligned at the left post.
That call is overturned.
The right post.
So Jim Fleming was correct. He was right in front of the play. He saw it right. It did hit the ground, and so it'll be third down and 6 rather than third down and 1.
And to say this is a huge third down for this Wildcat offense and Rhodey defense would be an understatement.
From here, it would be a 49-yard field goal. Here's a dump off to Thomason. All kinds of grass ahead. He breaks forward down to the 16-yard line. Was left unguarded. And that will move the chains and get into the red zone for the Wildcats.
And Thomason just slipped into a completely empty zone. This is just a lapse in the coverage there. You saw Rohan Davey actually bumped into another Rhode Island defender, leaving Thomason clear as day wide open. I mean, he could have walked his way for a first down. He's able to move them up and into the red zone.
Now at the 15-yard line are the Wildcats. And here's a handoff to Gibson, who gets about 3 yards. You're just seeing UNH's offense really find its stride here in the second half. They are getting it done on the ground. They primarily want to get it done on the ground, but when they have to, they will let Veza throw the ball, and he has really rewarded them so far in this second half, as there's only 2 minutes left to play here in this third quarter. Here's Veza. Second down, looking out for Wilson, and it's incomplete.
Yeah, and Veza was eyeing Wilson from the get-go on that play, knew exactly where he wanted to go on that quick out route. Ayinde Johnson there in coverage. Third and long, though, I'm not stressing if I'm UNH, and you do got to figure they've gone with the fourth down conversions in the past. I think with the current situation, the circumstance, you take the 3 points here.
3 points here would make it a 2-possession game. It's 3rd down and 7. The Rhode Island crowd trying to help out their team. Here's Veza looking end zone, and it's incomplete. Ayinde Johnson with the coverage. Going back on the one-on-one ball. And this time the Rhodey corner makes a play on it.
Yeah, so Johnson, he's gotten to work on it all day. Today's kind of been a little individual training for those one-on-one high-pointed ISO balls. Johnson doesn't get his head around, but is there, makes the play on the ball, and out comes the field goal unit.
So UNH will have to settle for 3. If Reed can knock it through, it'll make it a 2-possession game. Kick is up, and it's a line drive right down the middle. 27-17. The Wildcats have the advantage. It has been all UNH so far here in this second half.
Yeah, that it has, and you know, you can never say never. Coach Fleming has described the feeling of being at Meade Stadium in the fourth quarter as having pins and needles before. He's aware of some of the miraculous things that have gone down. Miraculous things have transpired in this matchup too. We've seen this game go into overtime. We've seen this game, just in the last 4 years, we've seen this game decided on a receiver having feet in bounds. We've had it come down to the wire. 10 points can happen in a matter of moments. We saw that at the start of this second half. UNH came out swinging. But you got to start thinking for the Rams. The clock is moving, and before you know it, this game will be over.
Yeah, and when you look at the third quarter for Rhode Island, they only have 10 points throughout the entire season in the third quarter. That is not getting added on to today, and when you look at the other end for UNH, it's one of their best quarters that they play in. So Rhode Island, you don't typically want to leave it up to a fourth quarter comeback, but how they play in the third quarter, oftentimes it's hard not to. As the kick is away, back deep over the head of Barrow for a touchback. And so now Rhode Island's offense, who in 2 possessions have only run 4 plays in the second half. One was the interception, the first play of the second half, and then a 3-and-out right after that. They really need to get something going here, don't they, Ryan?
Absolutely they do, and you know, I'm starting to wonder, our sideline reporter Peter Gigliotti mentioned that Marquise Buchanan is in, and he is on the field right now. You got to wonder if maybe his play calls are being limited after we saw him go down and leave back in that first half.
One of the premier playmakers in all of FCS. He's yet to have a catch today. It won't start now. That one comes up short.
Yeah, that just looked like a complete misfire from Devin Farrell. He tried to get him on the quick little shoot route in the flat. Barely got it up to his boot.
Still plenty of time for Rhode Island. They have the entire fourth quarter, but you do want to see something happen on this drive as it's 2nd down and 10. It's a handoff. Littleton, he'll get only a couple, and you've really seen that from Littleton. He hasn't had much burst in his runs, only 3.5 yards a carry compared to 10 for Brandon Barrow.
And we talked about Rhode Island trying to get on the scoreboard. I think the biggest worry right now is getting a first down. You do not want to have your first 3 drives end in disaster.
3rd and 8. Here's Farrell. Scanning, running. He's going to pick up the first down and more up across the 45. Now at the 46. Devin Farrell continuing to put his legs to good use. He's able to get a first down and a lot more.
And it's a big run from Devin Farrell, no doubt, but I'm going to give some flowers here to Connor Feiner. You'll see him on your screen in just a second. Farrell escapes the pocket to the left, and Connor Feiner does a great job not drawing a penalty there on the block. We saw something similar earlier happen with Omari Walker forcing a big run to come back, but that time Feiner makes the block, makes the play, and allows Farrell to get a first down.
Get the ball to Brandon Barrow. He's able to knife forward for a pickup of 6. It's his first touch of the second half and makes it 2nd and about 5.
And we're going to see what the offense opts to do here as the clock is ticking. I don't see much urgency to get a play off.
Does not look like they have urgency. They still are at the line. Gaines is in motion. And they get the snap off. It's to Feiner up across the 45. Did he get enough for the first down? It looks like he did, and that will end the 3rd quarter. All
That's
New
the end of the
Hampshire,
third
they
quarter.
are up by 10 as we head to the final 15 minutes. Does Rhode Island have a comeback in their bones?
Yeah. Yeah, I figure, like, I would have thought with the weather they'd all be dead or, like, sleeping by now, but, like, it's warm and they're scavenging for whatever. Like, they love this press box.
The 4th quarter has been magical for the Rams on many different occasions. Do they have another one here in store? Rhodey fights Cancer Day. 1st down and 10. It's a keeper for Farrell. He gets about 5 or 6.
So, yeah, we saw there in that 3rd quarter, Rhodey showing life, but wasn't the quarter that they had hoped for. And as things generally do here at Meade Stadium, it's going to come down to the 4th. And, John, I feel like, here's a cliche, but it could be anyone's game. You've got 2 fired-up teams we saw over the break. Both teams were dancing. Both teams are excited.
Here's Farrell. He's given a ton of time, but he runs out. And the ball is out. And they say Rhode Island recovered.
I'm shocked to see the way the official's hand is pointing, because upon contact there, it really looked like Farrell dropped that and it fell right into the hands of a white jersey.
Looked like it was Darren Burton who came in on the sack, number 4.
Yeah, he got all of it there on Farrell.
And the ball came out. And Rhode Island has it. It's 3rd down and 12. They're an empty. And they'll call a timeout. UNH
First charge
will.
timeout.
Their first
New Hampshire.
timeout of the second half.
30 seconds in length.
And that is a tough blow for URI as we'll step aside and come back for a very crucial 3rd down and 12
This
for the
timeout
Rams.
being extended to a full media attempt.
Back here at Meade Stadium where we have a crucial 3rd down and 12 following a sack by Darren Burton. Makes it real difficult for Rhode Island, but here's Farrell. Given time all day, looking deep for Buchanan, he makes the catch. Down inside the 20. What a time for his first catch of the day.
Yeah, and that play right there from Buchanan not only lifts the spirits of the Rams on the field, but it lifts the spirits of the Rhodey faithful. That one got the crowd going. And now the Rams find themselves knocking on heaven's door.
Inside the red zone now at the 19-yard line. It's a pitch to Barrow, who makes a cut. Down inside the 5, it's a touchdown. Brandon Barrow continuing to break out for Rhode Island.
Well, so far, the trajectory of this one, if the Rams are able to complete this comeback, I know where this game ball is going. Brandon Barrow, his 2nd touchdown of the day. He's still averaging over 10 yards a rush through 9 carries. I mean, this is some ridiculous stuff.
That is exactly how Rhode Island wants to start this 4th quarter. Following the extra point, now it's a 3-point game. Now, this is also where Rhode Island's defense has made some money, as there you see the chain, the touchdown chain for Brandon Barrow.
Yeah, for Barrow, it looked like it was just a toss to the weak side. He cuts himself, finds a gap, finds a hole, and all he had to do was run forward. He's got that sort of speed. He evades one tackle. Barrow's a quick guy, and he's dangerous with those cutting abilities.
Continuing to slice and dice his way through this defense. There you look at the stats, and what a day. Brandon Barrow, just under 100 yards total and 2 touchdowns. Who would have thought that was on the bingo card for today's matchup? Seen a lot of Antoine Littleton Jr., but other than that, you haven't seen a ton of other running backs step up to the plate for Rhode Island. And now going forward, it looks like you have a formidable running back duo with the power of Littleton combined with the speed and acceleration of Barrow, who is just so electric to watch today.
Yeah, coming into this game, it was always Winovich who was RB2 on our depth charts, and that's how it was on the field too. Brandon Barrow making use of his opportunities.
So Rhode Island gets exactly what the doctor ordered. They get a touchdown, they get a one-possession game, and now they'll hand it back to their defense to keep it a 3-point deficit. This one well into the end zone. It'll be a touchback.
You know, so I think the key here for the Wildcats now, I mean, this doesn't need to be stated. Obviously, you want to score, but you want to do so in long fashion. Take some time off that clock. Take your time. Make a long drive. You want to make that Rhodey defense pay for daring even lining up against you. And we'll see what they do end up going with. Veza has been, again, solid on the outing so far. 12 for 21, 150 yards, 2 touchdowns. Hasn't thrown an interception. A clean game from a quarterback perspective.
Those 3 in the backfield right now are the 3 that UNH is going to want the ball in the hands of. Thompson, Veza, and Denzel Gibson. They start with Gibson, who has a hole, but he's wrapped up for a gain of about 5. And that's Moses Muse on the stop. The team's leading tackler coming into this ball game, one of the more efficient ones in the conference, who's really broken out this year.
He's already earned himself a CAA Defensive Player of the Week, and he's sure on track to earn some more conference honors later on.
Same formation here for the Wildcats. And this time it's Veza, who has room to run. Rohan Davey chasing him down. He won't get there. It's a first down for New Hampshire.
And a rare sight there to see Davey not get the wrap up on Veza. He's sort of had his number all day when it comes to these sort of outside runs. Davey was forced to make a decision there, and that's what's so tricky when you've got a guy who can do it all.
There's no right option for Davey there. If he goes to the quarterback, they'll dump it off to Thomason in the flats, but he tried to stay in the middle, and just a really nice play by Veza. And that's a new set of downs. Chewing some clock. Veza going deep again. This time it's incomplete. Trying to get it back to McKinney, who's had a couple of nice catches along the sidelines.
And I can't say I dislike the play call there, but I almost feel like the Rhode Island defense has sort of figured that play out. We saw it, they had a lot of success in the first half. But I think now at this point, if you're the Wildcats, I say keep it on the ground right now. Things are moving.
That stops the clock for Rhode Island's favor. 2nd down and 10 from the 40-yard line. Here's a handoff to Gibson, looking for anything, and Davey gets home. And a swarm of Rams take him down. Gain of 1.
Yeah, and that is the Rhode Island defense at its best. You get a sea of navy blue and Keeney helmets flooding to the ball carrier at the line of scrimmage. Now it's 3rd and long. The crowd is going. Things could change at any moment.
A huge play for Rhode Island's defense. A 3rd down and 9. With the stadium coming alive. A stop would be huge for the Rams. With the Wildcats looking to milk more clock. Here's Veza on 3rd down. Stepping up in the pocket, spinning, but he won't get away. It's Patrick Conserve who gets home. And Rhode Island forces a 4th down and gets off the field.
Yeah, and that wasn't just any stop. Conserve put a massive hit on Veza on this play. Veza, who is known to be dangerous, he's been doing it all day, puts a spin there. Conserve stays home, plants him into the ground. 4th and 9 now. And never say never, still 10 minutes left. The Rams trailing by 3.
Angel Sanchez back deep. Punts away. At the 15, he makes the catch. Slices right, keeps going right. A flag is down, but he's got all kinds of space. Up to the 50-yard line, he makes a move, he's still going. A great return from Angel Sanchez, but we'll see if it stands.
Yeah, and this one's coming back. A flag is down at around the Rhodey 15-yard line.
That's a huge momentum shifter if this
During
one
the
doesn't
return,
stand.
illegal block in the back. Return team number 31. 10-yard penalty, first down.
Call it on Antonio Morgan with the illegal block in the back, and just a killer there for Rhode Island.
So
correction, the enforcement will be half the distance
right
to the goal.
Morgan. Just a silly mistake there on a block that didn't really need to happen, if I'm being honest. And now all of a sudden we go from a Rhode Island 1st and 10 at the UNH 40 to a Rhode Island 1st and 10 inside your own 10-yard line. So we've been seeing it all day. The discipline has not been there for the Rams. Lots of mistakes, lots of penalties. But nonetheless, the Rams still have time, 1st and 10.
Just the first penalty of this second half, but it's a big one. And now we have another one. Looks like we'll get a false start here.
False start, offense number 2. Half the distance to the goal, first down.
Called on Connor Feiner. And really, it looked like it was going to be first down in UNH territory. It's now all the way backed up, 1st and 14 from URI's own 4-yard line. Here's Barrow, getting in his hands. He breaks a tackle and gets those 4 yards back. Second down and 9 coming for the Rams. Three receivers to the left. And it's Barrow who gets another touch, makes a move, showing his shiftiness. He gets only 2, but those are hard-fought 2 yards, and it'll be 3rd and long.
Yeah, that play was sort of blown up from the start. The defensive front for UNH was there, and they were there with power. Barrow had to do what he could just to gain a yard or 2. All of a sudden, it's 3rd and long. And in terms of field position, the Rams find themselves in what could be a game-icing spot.
3rd and 7. Trying to get it to Gaines. A lot of contact there. No flag. Coverage by Malik Diaby. So it'll be 4th down and 7. And a 3 and out for Rhode Island's offense. That's exactly what New Hampshire needed to stop the momentum of the Rams. Following a nice return from Sanchez, brought back due to an illegal block in the back. A false start, and just never were able to get it going as the punt is away. Thomason backing up to his own 30, makes a move, and he's brought down at the 43-yard line. So a nice punt that time from James Allen, but another flag on the play.
Couldn't see exactly what was going down. There were some extracurriculars headed downfield away from the ball.
During the return, holding return team number 10. 10-yard penalty, first down.
So now the special teams penalties coming back to bite New Hampshire now as they'll tack on 10 more yards against the Wildcats. So now Rhode Island's defense, who just had a huge stop, tasked with doing the same thing again.
Yeah, and again, the Wildcats, your strategy here is just chew that clock. Let time tick away. Every second that goes is a second closer to victory.
From the 34, back to Gibson. He's taken down pretty quickly. Rhode Island's run defense coming to play, understanding the situation. Moses Muse got home. Second down and 9 coming for the Wildcats.
Yeah, Muse was the first one in there. And I think from Rhode Island, you're going to want to start sending those linebackers, loading up that box. You know they're going to keep it on the ground. But at the same time, you have to rely on that secondary to not make mistakes, which they've done a decent job in the second half.
Matchup on the bottom of your screen. McKinney versus Ayinde Johnson. They've gone his way a couple of times. Putting him in motion. Running out of time. Here's Veza making plays happen with his feet. He's got a first down and more. He's tripped up at the URI 46-yard line, but there is a flag in the backfield.
Yeah, there's a flag in the backfield.
Holding.
AJ Pena's pointing
Offense
at it.
number 75.
And
10-yard
he
penalty.
knew it was on the offense. But on that play there, Peyton Strickland, wide open, doesn't do justice what Peyton Strickland was in the middle of the field. You'll see Veza was forced to step up a little bit. There's the hold right there on Pena. So Veza took off all for naught. That'll back the Wildcats up. They're back behind their own 30 now after the hold.
From a huge scramble with his feet to a hold from Bo Riley, the right tackle. That brings it all the way back. It's second down and 19. It's a quick pass, and it's dropped by Gibson. Rhode Island's defense forcing a third down at 19. And we'll see if they can get another crucial stop and also halts the clock at 7:08.
And so far, this drive has been all Rhode Island. Davey was there to make the play. Gibson he got his hands on it, but that one was a little low, a little underfired from Veza. 3rd and 19. The Wildcats might want to just consider keeping the ball on the ground, seeing if you can make something happen with some space.
Rhode Island's defense backed up. Obviously, a lot of room to play with. It's 3rd and 19. They will just give it off to Thomason, and he's wrapped up well short of the line to gain. And so Rhode Island's defense gets the stop they needed. They've done their job here in this fourth quarter.
Timeout for a helmet off on the defense, number 26.
We'll see if the offense can come through for Rhode Island.
So 4th down now, the clock is moving.
See if Rhode Island's special teams can come through similar to how UNH's did early in this game. Punts away. It's short, taken by Sanchez at the 32. And he makes a move up the field. He's breaking tackles, fighting all the way up to the 50-yard line. What a nice return that is for Angel Sanchez. And Rhode Island set up in much better field position this time around.
And no laundry on the field either this time.
Moved it all the way to UNH's 49, so starting this possession in enemy territory. 6:20 left to play here in this one. Again, we've seen a ton of miraculous comebacks here at Meade Stadium over the course of these last few years as Rhode Island's program has turned around. And boy, what a huge win this would be against one of the better teams in the CAA, who has a ton to fight for as they look to avoid dropping to 1 and 2 in conference play. First play, it's a handoff to Barrow. Cuts up field, fighting, and he gets 4. Haven't seen a ton of Antoine Littleton Jr. It's been mostly Brandon Barrow in this fourth quarter.
Yeah, and I figured part of that just comes with the game he's having. I mentioned earlier the hot hand. You just got to keep feeding Barrow. I mean, he has been lights out in terms of the rushing attack.
2nd down and 7. Farrell given time running out on the blind side. He finds Connor Feiner, who gets tackled. And there's a flag in the backfield, and Feiner is down as well as Marquise Buchanan, it looks like.
Holding. Offense number 79. 10-yard penalty. Replay second down.
So a hold on the Rams. Connor Feiner is down, and excuse me, it wasn't Buchanan. It was also Abora Kwarteng who's down.
The officials take time, and you know, one of the biggest things I think I'm looking forward to seeing in this drive is going to be the fight of that Wildcat defense. I think today we've seen both defenses with a lot of give and take. We've seen a lot of back and forth. As Kwarteng is up on his feet walking, Connor Feiner also walking off the field on his own accord. I'm most excited about seeing how this Wildcat defense responds, John. I think that, you know, they've let up a couple of splash plays. I mean, Barrow has been nothing but trouble for him. But I really think at the same time, they've been doing a good job at keeping pressure on Farrell. They're forcing Farrell to make good plays, which is something you want to do. The only question now is how much more does Farrell have in those legs? He's been running around quite a bit.
It's a tough spot here, 2nd down and 17 after the hold. He's given time, he'll check it down to Barrow. We'll see what he can do. He makes a move, and he gets all the way back to the 49-yard line. A gain of about 6. It'll be 3rd and 13. If you're Rhode Island, you wonder if you don't get it all back here. This is 4-down territory. 5 minutes and change left to play in this game.
Yeah, and that question definitely comes up, and I really think it's about how you approach 3rd down. Do you go for a 4th and short, a 4th and manageable, or do you try and get it all in one play?
3rd down and 13 from the 48-yard line. Here's Farrell dropping back, has time, as all day over the middle of the field. He's got Buchanan. Did he get the 1st down? He did. Marquise Buchanan has 2 catches today, and they both move the chains.
That's devastating for a defense. I mean, letting up any sort of 3rd down conversion never feels good, but a 3rd down conversion of that capacity, that's a kicker.
A fresh set of downs here all the way up to the 38-yard line. It's back to Barrow, who's had a day, finds green grass, gets up to the 9 yards on that one.
You know, and now the game changes a little bit. Rhode Island's moved within, or they're just outside the Wildcat 30. And you go from potentially thinking about, you know, we're questioning if they should punt or not. Now you're wondering how much time you want to take off. We're here under 4 minutes.
It's 2nd down and 3. Feiner's back in the game. Littleton is also back in the game. And there he goes, all the way down to the 15-yard line. Antoine Littleton Jr. Rhode Island's offense finding their legs here in this 4th quarter.
And a huge pickup there for Littleton Jr. And again, going back to that question, Rhode Island, if they score within these next couple of plays, you're leaving time on the clock for the Wildcats.
Right back to Littleton, flag down, he's got room to go all the way, makes a move, and he's down at the 1. Multiple flags in multiple different spots. URI seems to think it's on, at least one of the flags is on UNH. We'll see if these offset. What a huge call in this game with how URI is moving the ball right now.
Absolutely, and the Rams have been less than disciplined here. A lot of penalties and a lot of yardage.
There are 2 fouls on the play, 1 by each team, which will offset. Holding, offense number 1. Personal foul, illegal block below the waist, number 4. Penalties offset, 1st down.
So we'll do that play over again. There was a hold on Marquise Buchanan, as well as an illegal block low to the body by Darren Burton. So it'll stay 1st down and 10. Brennan Barrow back in the game. Here's Rhode Island's offense, right down to Barrow. He doesn't get much, just one.
And they went for the little tailback punch up the gut. Got them blown up a little bit. The Rams have been finding more success, I think, with their zone running. Try and get a guy like Barrow to the outside. His quickness has been efficient. But again, 2:30, clock is ticking. Do the Rams want to score here?
Second down and 10. It's a play action. Farrell makes a move, and he stays on his feet. Down inside the 5, he dives! Touchdown! Devin Farrell does the job himself and gives Rhode Island the lead with 2:12 to play.
And Devin Farrell on a play that he was a couple of inches away from being wrapped up in the backfield, and we saw him pump a, looked to be a fake shovel pass almost. Had the heart skipping a beat. He makes it happen, gets in for 6. And now the PAT puts the Rams up 31-27, 2:12 to go, still the 2-minute timeout. We take another peek at this play from Devin Farrell. He is such an improviser, makes multiple men miss. Dives his way, Air Farrell, into the end zone.
The improvisation we've seen from URI's quarterback today, and this one probably the biggest of his career as a Rhode Island Ram. Able to survive multiple tacklers and leap into the end zone. And now the extra point is huge because now New Hampshire needs a touchdown. A field goal won't do them any good with 2:12 to play.
Absolutely not, and this is, again, alluding to what Coach Fleming describes, the pins and needles. We're gonna see the nerves come down here at Meade Stadium. It's gonna be, if I had to guess, I'm no psychic, but this is gonna be a long defensive drive for the Rams. It's gonna be a long offensive drive for the Wildcats. This one's gonna come down close. I think we're gonna get a good one, John.
A back and forth battle. In the third quarter, it looked like the Wildcats had taken control, but in this stadium in particular, you can never write off the Rams. 2 touchdowns in this fourth quarter gives them the lead. And the touchback will have Matt Vezza starting out on the 25-yard line.
Yeah, so Vezza and his squad will come out. The Wildcats have 2 timeouts still left. They have an extra buffer thanks to the 2-minute. The only deal here is the Wildcats are gonna have to start being a little more aggressive. The conservative play calls have worked better for them, but you can't be conservative when you're trailing and need a touchdown. Like you said, John, a field goal, plain and simple, just won't do it.
Seen a lot of Chase Wilson. He has 4 catches today, as well as McKinney, who with 3. Here's Vezza, right to Wilson. Spins out of a tackle, and he gets out of bounds for a gain of 9. Nice start to the drive.
I guess they're going to say he stayed inbounds. That clock is still moving.
That will send us to the 2-minute timeout.
This is the 2-minute timeout.
What a fun game we have here on hand. Rhode Island's defense looking for the final stop.
see friends, see food, see view. The Coast Guard House Restaurant.
2 minutes to play and a ton of fun left to have. We'll see if UNH has the comeback they need to upset Rhode Island on the road, or if Rhode Island's defense comes through one more time. It's a handoff to Thomason, and he's taken down. Looks like it was just short of the line to gain. Jordan Campbell, the one making the tackle, and it'll be 3rd down.
Yeah, they're going to call him short by an inch, and this changes a lot.
Oh, now they're saying it's a 1st down. They're moving the chains late. But here's the snap. It's away. Veza looking for Thomason. He's got him. Out of bounds at the 42-yard line.
So that play was 1st down. The official took. There's even some miscommunication in the press box behind us. The official didn't wave the chain crew. So it actually is currently 2nd down.
2nd down and 3. Here's Veza dropping back. Quick out. And out of bounds, Peyton Strickland, who has a touchdown today. And again, getting into field goal range won't do New Hampshire any good. They have to get a touchdown down by 4. They have 2 timeouts left to play with in 98 seconds.
Yeah, and they're going to keep attacking those outsides. You've only got 2 timeouts to play with. The 2-minute timeout is behind us. So if you want that clock to stop, you've got to get out of bounds.
On 1st down, Veza with time, cutting up field, and he's swallowed up. Case Mankins and Moses Muse combine on the stop. Clock continues to run now. No timeout called. It's hurry up offense. Here's Veza on 2nd down, stepping up again. The ball's out. It's scooped up. Rohan Davey to the 30. He's got green grass ahead. It's a foot race into the end zone. Touchdown! Rhode Island with the icing on the cake.
And that is the kind of play that'll get you immortalized at a school like this. The huge rivalry matchup, a game that has been back and forth and back and forth. Rohan Davies scoops it up, gets into the end zone for 6. The Rams are up 10, and a PAT would make it 11. John, you mentioned that may have just been the dagger.
Now up by 10, an extra point would make it 11. And it's good. 38-27. And on a drive where New Hampshire needed a touchdown, Rhode Island is the one that got it.
So it was Veza on the play. The ball popped out thanks to a hit from Moses Muse, the former CAA Defensive Player of the Week. That one popped into Rohan Davies' hands, and I think for the first second of Davey having it, I don't even know if he knew what was happening. I think he sort of froze up there a little bit. Take a look at Muse, the big hit that popped it out, and Davey, he picked it up. And as John mentioned, green grass ahead of him, the 20, the 10, falls his way. The knees stay up. He goes into the end zone. And the Rams are up 11 with just a minute to go. The Meade Stadium magic continues. And it would take something even more miraculous for the Wildcats to get back into this one.
1 minute and 5 left, 2 timeouts, and now a 2-possession game where you'll need 2 touchdowns. What a huge play by the Rhode Island defense, who has come through time and time again for this team. In the end zone, they have to take it back. It's Burton, makes a move, cutting people up. There's a flag down, and taken down at the 30-yard line by Ethan McCann Carter. We'll see what the flag is.
Looks like it's going to be on the return team. It's going to be on the Wildcats. We'll see what that does for their field position.
During the return, holding, return team number 5. 10-yard penalty, first down.
So with under a minute to go now, just near impossible for New Hampshire. They'd have to go down and score quickly, get the onside, and do the same thing over again. What a huge play that was from Moses Muse and Rohan Davey. A 5'10", 205-pound linebacker showing the wheels in the open field. Here's Veza going deep, and it's incomplete. Intended to go to Chase Wilson. Inde Johnson in coverage.
So as we mentioned, the aggression is going to have to take a step up here. Regardless of that scoop and score touchdown, the Wildcats essentially have no choice but to start airing it out deep.
Here's Veza, flushed out of the pocket, chased down by Muse, throws it up, out of bounds. It'll be third down now. 48 seconds left. Rhode Island looking like they're on track to get back to their winning ways following a 2-game skid. Lost their FBS matchup against Western Michigan and lost a dogfight against the Brown Bears in the Governor's Cup at Centerville Bank Stadium. But now return home, and after a huge defensive play, are on track to win this ball game. Third down, all day to throw for Veza. Chased out by Mankins, and he gets there. The throw is incomplete. Case Mankins interrupting that pass, and it's fourth down.
And from what I saw, there was a little bit of extracurriculars going down on the Rhode Island sideline. Chase Wilson found himself tangled up over by the 20-yard line. I saw a hat fly. I also see some disgruntled expressions from Rhode Island coaches.
See Inde Johnson talking with defensive coordinator Chris Laurenti.
Personal foul, unnecessary roughness, blocking out of bounds. Defense number 6, 15-yard penalty, automatic first down.
Inde Johnson has been targeted a lot in this game today. And him and Chase Wilson got tangled up, and he gets knocked with a personal foul. So 40 seconds to play. It's a fresh set of downs now for UNH. Veza with time. And he scrambles out. And he gets to about the 36-yard line before stepping out of bounds. .34 seconds to play. Clock stops. Second down and 4. UNH looking for explosive plays. They haven't been able to find them. Here comes Pena, and he takes them down. A.J. Pena. And there's a flag on the play. We'll see if it's on A.J. Pena.
Yeah, I think they're going to get Pena with a horse collar tackle right there. You hate to see it on someone who's tracking their way to a sack record. You can see Pena in disbelief with his hands up.
That would have put him 1.5 sacks away from Frank Ferreira's all-time record.
There are 2 fouls on the play, 1 by each team. These will offset. Holding, offense number 79. Personal foul, horse collar tackle, defense number 8. His foul's offset. Second down.
So offsetting penalties for the second time today. It looked like A.J. Pena got held as well while trying to get to the quarterback.
Yeah, the Jumbotron's showing it right now, and there's some boos in the crowd.
Yeah, snap.
Not sure it'll have much of an impact on the outcome of this game, but of course it's going to have an impact on Pena's own personal journey.
Left tackle Tolu Olajide has had his fill of A.J. Pena. Here's Veza trying to make something happen, but here comes Pena again. Misses the sack. Veza making time, throwing deep, and it's incomplete. Ate a lot of clock on that one. It's 17 seconds left.
And Veza showing his survivability skills on that one, running in circles, trying to make something happen. Wasn't able to get the ball to his intended target. But you're right, John, you mentioned only 17 seconds left now, 2 timeouts left. It's third down. If the Rams can get a stop here with the clock running, depending on the severity of it, we might see the end of this ball game.
Third down and 4. Veza will check it down to Thomason, who drops it. Incomplete, and that's fourth down. Only 14 seconds left. You can see from the body language of New Hampshire, just a different energy after that big play for Rhode Island. That one looked to be the ceiling play.
Yeah, there's sort of a vibe shift here. I mean, even at the start of this drive, although it's seemingly been out of reach, the Wildcats had that sort of poise and posture up to them. But nonetheless, fourth down now.
4th and 4. Here comes Rhode Island. Scrambling and getting a first down and out of bounds. Matt Veza with 8 seconds to play. At what point do we see the Hail Mary? Just not much else to play for here, running out of time.
Yeah, you can see the Rhode Island coaching staff motioning out for a prevent call. Just get the secondary as far back as you can. You're expecting the Hail Mary.
Here's Veza stepping up. He'll dump it down to Thomason. Flag on the play. He's going to scramble and get out of bounds. Did he get out with any time left? It doesn't look like it. Clock's hit zeros. But they're going to tell everyone to hold off as there's a flag on the play. Lots of laundry
Holding.
today.
Offense number 79. That penalty's declined. The game is over.
And that will do it. Rhode Island scraps and survives the Wildcats and gets back into the win column by a score of 38-27, following some defensive theatrics that get the job done.
Yeah, absolutely. And this game should really just highlight what CAA football is all about. It doesn't matter who you've beaten, who you've played, the teams that you'll face in the future. Tonight, we just saw 2 teams that knew how to duke it out. And if you're a fan of football, you were a fan of this one. Taking a look at what URI has coming up. They're going to play at UAlbany before they come back home here at Meade Stadium to play Bryant. That's going to be family weekend here for Rhode Island. There's going to be, I believe, tickets have already sold out for that one. Then they'll travel on to Elon, Maine, and Hampton. So it's a whole lot of CAA action for the Rams. And of course, New Hampshire will continue their CAA schedule as well. But this one ends in dramatic fashion, as it seems to always between these two programs that have just given so much. They both left it all on the field. Lots of talent on either side of the ball. And of course, myself as a selfish football fan, I just love seeing good football being played.
That was, if anything else, a fun football game to watch, a fun game to call. And when you look at it, a brutal loss for New Hampshire. They're going to drop to 1-2 now in conference play, and they'll head to Campbell next week. And schedule doesn't get much easier for them. They'll also have a road trip to Monmouth and Bryant. And now a tough loss for them. But Rhode Island back in the win column after 2 straight losses. Lots of theatrics offensively. Marquise Buchanan, Devin Farrell, of course Brandon Barrow making his name. But then at the end of the day, it's the defense that comes through again. Moses Muse with the hit, Davey with the touchdown. And for Ryan Palillo and all the crew, I'm Jonathan Blair signing off here from Meade Stadium.
Hey, thank you so much, Corey. We're back. Have a good one. Enjoy the weekend.
Thomas in the ball carrier. Touchdown, Hawkeyes.
He's up there.
Number 26, Roman Davey. Number 27, Brendan Todd. He was tripped up. He was tripped up. That's complete. Touchdown. keeper. Pass, complete to number 1, Casey McKinney. Pass complete to number 86, Hayden Strickland. Touchdown, Buckeyes. Pass complete to number 86, Hayden Strickland. Touchdown, Buckeyes. Pass is intercepted by number 28, and the big for a read is good. And the big for a read is good. This pass complete to number 23, Miles Thomason. He's tackled by number 26, Will Digby. This pass complete to number 23, Miles Thomason. He's tackled by number 26, Will Digby. And the kick is good. And the kick is good. First down. He's more set for 12, Jackson Stone. First down. Number 12, Jackson Stone. First down. Number 69, 10-yard penalty. Play second down.
I just said, really, my kid was pretty smart. I started to doubt him at 3. Now he's just leading. We were in Hartford this morning. So we went out last night, spent the night. Jumped in the...
Holding. Offense number 69, 10-yard penalty. Play second down.
I had her on the field.